Hello. Hello, Nose Toads. Oh, I wonder if scroll map works for that. Right, the tram. Okay, I remember I still have to take the tram, so that's gonna be our first order of business. Hello, Ashley. Not in the middle of a fight! Alright. Just doing a quick stream checkup, see if everything's running fine. Seems like it. Okay. To Rift Station.
Departing Central Station. Destination, Rift Station.
Cool.
Now arriving at Rift Station, Binary Helix Research Facility.
Oh, I can even go back to Central Station if I want. That's cool, I like that. It's probably useless because it's just gonna teleport me out afterwards. But we'll see. I wonder if you can actually go all the way back. I'm kind of tempted to try it, like, just before entering Matriarch Benazia's fight. Badoshk! What happened to your name? Why did you change it in the first place? I'll come back. This is dormitories. You don't know? I guess you just had a face. I see. Chemical labs. Dormitories. Ooh, what is... Oh, that's just a button. Dormitories. An elevator, huh?
Stand down. Sorry, we couldn't be sure what was on the tram.
No autopsy, no fall.
I'd only be upset if they'd fired.
Even hopped up on stems, my people know the rule. 2 legs good, 4 legs bad. Look, you're human and that's enough that I won't shoot. But I'd like to know who you are.
I'm a Spectre.
My name is Shepard. I'm a Spectre.
Huh. I won't look a heavily armed horse in the mouth. The aliens overran the hot labs last week. Only Han Olar got out, and he ain't all there anymore. The first we knew, the bastards were clawing into my command post. We had a lot more staff then.
You were taken by surprise and had civilians to protect. You did a good job, Captain.
Yeah? Sure as hell doesn't feel like it. The board sent an Asari to clean up the mess. She went to the hot labs yesterday. We haven't heard from her since.
No, she made the mess.
I'm not gonna let any of your people die.
All I can do is hold out here and protect the civilians. There's an emergency elevator out by the trams. This card will let you activate it. It can take you down to the hot labs. Oh, and if you need any first aid, Dr. Cohen's downstairs in the med bay.
Ooh.
You're certain the matriarch is still in the hot labs?
She hasn't come back here. You came through Central Station, so she ain't there.
Did the aliens come from inside the facility, or did they attack from outside?
You want my personal opinion? Labs like that exist to do stupid crap that gets people killed.
Tell me about the structure of the hot labs.
It's built into one of the glaciers further down the mountain. Real old, thick, stable one. Something goes wrong, they heat it up and sink it into the ice. Normally, the crew gets to the labs using a tram from Central Station. We've got an elevator that connects directly, but it's for emergency use only. Listen. I'm not sending my people down there. It's too dangerous. You understand?
Why be quiet? You should say that out loud so they can thank you.
Tell me about Rift Station.
I can't talk about everything. What do you need to know?
Tell me about the defenses here.
Secure enough that you shouldn't poke in corners.
I was just impressed with your operation. Being able to weather a week of assaults is no mean feat.
Only the best get assigned to high-security facilities like this. What impresses me most is the turrets, alarms, and cameras. They're all routed through a central location out by the quarantine labs. One guy can lock down the whole facility. The security hub's the last logical fallback, and we'd have cover from the turrets all the way.
What kind of research is done here?
Beats me. I'm not supposed to know. So long as people don't start dying, it's not my problem.
What can you tell me about the aliens?
Ask Dr. Olar. He's the only one who made it out of the hot labs. He's the only Volus left in here.
Volus.
I need to know more about the situation in the hot labs.
The facility's off the network. The only way to find out would be to send scouts down the elevator, and I won't send my people to their death.
How are your people holding up?
We weren't expecting the initial wave. They made it inside. We lost some good people. Those of us left are short-handed. We've kept order by long shifts and stems. I don't like it, but I don't see an alternative.
Yeah, I mean, Ashley was... she has pretty good armor already, I think. At least for the time being. And I didn't want to waste too much money on her just yet.
I've got work to do.
Yeah, I hear that. Hell! Man the perimeter!
Go, go, go!
Go, go, go!
Go, go, go! Hold the line! Go, go, go! Enemies everywhere!
Well done, guys. I didn't do anything.
Thanks for the help. Every few hours a group comes up the tram tunnel. It's actually better since we locked down the elevator.
I'd be stupid to not help, makes sense, yeah.
I'll do whatever I can.
I don't know why they keep throwing themselves against our defenses. Even animals should learn not to stick their noses where it hurts. Something you need?
I've got work to do.
You and me both.
Another elevator.
I'd kill for a P12. Just hold down the trigger and zap. Hallway full of flash-boiled bugs.
Wow. Cool desk, cool office. Not really. Hello.
Where did they come from? Were they in the lab? I never went in the high security areas.
You're not going to go to the hot labs, are you?
I am. What's going on here? Loot. Just stealing guns from these deceased soldiers.
The sooner we are off this frozen world, the better. My contract was up. I was going home.
What?
Hello. You sound nice.
Do you know Matriarch Benezia?
Why ask me and not your friend? Because I do not know anything about the matriarch.
But you're her
Then
daughter.
Why would I?
Oh, I like this girl.
You're a member of the science teams?
Recently transferred, yes.
What do you do here?
Molecular genetics. I specialize in biotic-enhanced allele-specific hybridization.
That's a bit technical for me.
I am very good at tracking inherited variations in genetic sequences. I'm sure you would find it quite dull.
You seem less upset at this situation than the others.
That is one of the virtues of the meditation you interrupted.
Ooh, I love her. Can I romance her? Can I bang this woman?
Tell me about yourself.
I am Alestia Alice from the University of Arrayas. Is there anything in particular you want to know, or should I just spout random facts?
Oh, she's my favorite character now.
Did I interrupt something?
I was meditating. I suppose to a species as brash as yours, it would appear to be inattention.
Do you know Matriarch Benezia?
Why ask me?
I already asked this.
Not your friend.
Because I do not know anything about the matriarch.
Then why would I?
That's all for now.
Then I will return to my meditations.
I wish we could speak to her more.
Science pukes. She just bug out waiting to die. Bug out.
Uncertain. I welcome you. Cautiously, I am curious to know what you're doing here.
I heard there were some problems up here.
Furtively, I am concerned about the state of our guards. Many have been
What does
awake
furtively mean?
for now, with forced cheer. I still have a limited supply of equipment to sell.
Let's have a look.
Regretfully, most of my stock is being appropriated by Captain Ventrellis.
Medical upgrades. Only 1 point though. This is why I don't buy shit for Ashley, although this one looks actually on the other stats really good. How expensive? Oof, I'm sorry Ashley, but you're not gonna get that from me. She is meditating.
What the hell are you looking at? You want me to use this?
What? No! Sorry, I haven't had much sleep since the attack. Is there something you need?
You look ill.
I'm looking for an Asari.
Sorry. Well, there's Dr. Alice over there. There's also our guest, Lady Benezia. Captain Ventralis might know where she is.
I'm looking for an
Bad.
Asari.
Sorry. Well, there's Dr. Alice over there. There's also our guest, Lady Benezia. Captain Ventralis might know where she is.
What sort of work do you do here?
I can't say. I signed a non-disclosure agreement. If we survive, I'd like to keep my job. The location is terrible, but the pay is better than any other commercial lab.
You're not happy on Peak 15?
The outside world doesn't exist here, just walls of ice and rock. There's only the work, the discovery. It's easy to forget why science is guided by ethics. Maybe we're paying for that now.
What do you know about the hot labs?
Nothing, I didn't work there. As far as I know, Han Olar was the only survivor.
Is he in the medical ward?
No, he's staying in the science team's quarters. Be gentle with him. He had a trying experience.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do here?
I'm a toxicologist. I can't talk about my work. Not that I'm doing anything since the accident.
There was an accident here?
I can't talk about what happened. Not here. Too public. Talk to Dr. Cohen in the medical ward. He was the project lead.
Alright.
How are you holding up?
It would be petty to complain after showering off a coworker's brain. None of us have had enough sleep since the attack. Of course, not all of us have guns.
Gross.
I'll talk to you later.
Remember to report any suspicious noises.
Sure will. What's going on here? Assault drone.
Warning. Watchdog protocol is active.
Fucked everyone. What is here anyway? I'm not even sure why I'm going here. An elevator. To secure a lab. There may be a more subtle way. Yeah, no. Oops.
Nobody lick any poles.
It's pretty warm in here, I think. Let's go in here. Let's not go in here.
All clear. must die!
Powering up.
Okay, I have no idea what the point of that shortcut is. Let's see. How did I heal? Oh, I have a thing, I believe. Should probably get one for Liara. Sorry about that, guys. Did I kill Asari or something?
Get away from me!
I don't think I made friends here.
No! No! Don't touch me!
I won't cause any trouble. I won't. We can't have any shooting in here.
Hello, Martilda.
This system is online and ready to provide emergency services.
What are you doing over here?
I administrate the systems of all of the various Peak 15 facilities. I form the core logic for Rift Station's automatic treatment system.
Think you could run that equipment for us?
Certainly, Commander. One moment, please. This system is online and ready to provide emergency services.
Think you could run that equipment for us?
Certainly, Commander. One moment, please.
I'm innocent. They started attacking me first. Are you friendly?
Are you here to secure the situation?
How are you holding up?
You must listen to me. If we do not contain our mistake, they will drop bombs from the battle stations. You understand?
Wait. Is there an Asari matriarch here?
Asari? I have not seen one.
She is safe then, at Rift Station.
This is not important. You must be listening. Binary Helix found an egg. It was on a derelict ship, thousands of years drifting. This was Ragna's ship. Inside they find many eggs in cryogenic suspension.
1,000-year-old egg hatched?
Yes. Very tough to be so long frozen. That it survived the centuries. This is miraculous.
I'm not sure I would qualify this as a miracle.
Binary Helix planned to clone Ragnar, mass produce them, create an army. But when they get here, they find this egg is not a common Ragnar. It is a queen. After she lays eggs, they move her to Rift Station. They are thinking that without her, they can raise the babies to be obedient.
Obviously, they were wrong.
This was exactly the wrong thing to do. I am thinking that without a queen, Ragnar do not develop properly. Her mind is shaping theirs. These Ragnar are uncontrollable.
Then all we need to do is bring her here.
No, I am sorry, but this will not work. These Ragnar are beyond saving. It is a sad thing, but they must be euthanized. I am thinking that the neutron purge must be set off.
What's a neutron
I'm not
purge?
familiar with the purge system.
It creates bursts of neutron radiation, kills everything within the station. Things beyond get genetic damage of varying degree.
Once the purge is armed, we'll have to fight our way out. Give us a minute to patch up and rearm.
Sure. I wait here. I am not so much good for searching now, yes?
Okay.
Mother always say I would meet a bad end.
Connecting. I have full access to the facility and am at your disposal.
I need information on the neutron purge.
The neutron purge is a fail-safe system installed within the isolation tube area. In the event of irretrievable containment loss, it is used to resolve the situation.
What exactly does this thing do?
The purge is a neutron burst weapon. 2 volumes of fissionable materials are brought together to form a critical mass. Most of the energy is released in the form of high-speed neutrons. This radiation is instantly lethal to any known form of life within 500 meters.
Okay.
We would be wise to avoid touching any controls without reading the instructions.
It's always a good idea to RTFM, Doctor.
To what?
Funny, Ashley.
We're moving on.
Logging you out, Commander.
Okay. Oh,
How can I help you?
Activate the neutron purge.
I'm sorry, but I can't do that without proper code authorization.
Who would have the code?
Director of Operations Yaroslav Tartakovsky, or any executive officer of Binary Helix.
We're moving on.
Logging you out, Commander.
I am feeling not so well.
How do we set off the purge?
Arming controls are nearby. All you do is insert the key. Then I will give Mira destruct.
Hello, Imp Catcher. Ui, ui, ui. Oh, poor guy, he was just resting.
Online. How can I help you?
Activate the neutron purge.
I'm sorry, but I can't do that without proper code authorization.
Code input 875-020-079. Code Omega. Local execution.
Verified. Code Omega execution in 120 seconds.
Okay. Where are we now? Here.
I am feeling not so well.
How do we set off the purge?
Arming controls are nearby. All you do is insert the key. Then I will give Mira destruct.
Not double. Give him hell, Ashley.
Clear.
Connecting. I have full access to the facility and am at your disposal.
Activate the neutron purge.
I'm sorry, but I can't do that without proper code authorization.
Code input 875-020-079. Code Omega. Local execution.
Verified. Code Omega execution in 120
That's like
seconds.
no time at all. Why are there so many red blips on my map? yeah? I did something.
Redeploying.
Hello DOC, what's poppin', gamer? Any hot labs in my area? Yeah. Well, not anymore. I'm sad that I killed this cool lady who was meditating. She was my favorite. Medical bay. Okay. Oh, these people are gone. Is the medical bay people still there? Am I on my own? They left me. But Tozy is gone. Yeah, things didn't go according to plan on this, but well, there's always next time, right? How do I get in here? Weird layout. All right.
You do not know the privilege of being a mother. There is power in creation. To shape a life, turn it toward happiness or despair. Her children were to be ours, raised to hunt and slay Saren's enemies. I won't be moved by sympathy, no matter who you bring into this confrontation.
Hello, up game. What's popping, gamer?
Liara's here because she wants to be, not because I asked her to.
Indeed. What have you told him about me, Liara?
What could I say, Mother? That you're insane? Evil? Should I explain how to kill you? What could I say?
Have you faced an Asari commando unit before? Few humans have.
I can't believe you'd kill your own daughter.
I now realize I should have been stricter with her.
Why is she such a bitch? Wow, I got fucked.
You do not know the privilege of being a mother. There is power in creation. To shape a life, turn it toward happiness or despair. Her children were to be ours, raised to hunt and slay Saren's enemies. I won't be moved by sympathy, no matter who you bring into this confrontation.
Liara's here because she wants to be, not because I asked her to.
Indeed. What have you told him about me, Liara?
What could I say, Mother? That you're insane? Evil?
Her teeth
Should I
are
explain
fucked
how
up.
to kill you? What could I say?
Have you faced an Asari commando unit before? Few humans have.
I can't believe you'd kill your own daughter.
I now realize I should have been stricter with her.
Kef. Bring it on.
Shields down.
Hey. Hey. I got this one.
I've lost shields!
How is she being weakened? We didn't even shoot her. What the fuck?
I've lost shields!
Whoa, 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 dudes. Better watch out, Ashley.
This is not over. Saren is unstoppable. My mind is filled with his light. Everything is clear.
She's a bit nuts.
The Rachni didn't cooperate with you. Why should I?
I will not betray him. You will. You must listen. Saren still whispers in my mind. I can fight his compulsions briefly, but the indoctrination is strong.
It was a necessary sacrifice.
So you could turn on me again.
Yes, but it would not be my will, Shepard. People are not themselves around Saren. You come to idolize him, worship him. You would do anything for him. The key is Sovereign, his flagship. It is a dreadnought of incredible size, and its power is extraordinary.
There was this Asari scientist earlier that reminded me of you, Dub Game, by the way. I killed her though, I think.
Sovereign's not like other ships. Where did it come from?
I cannot say. The Geth did not build it. Its technology is far more advanced than that of any known species. The longer you stay aboard, the more Saren's will seems correct. You sit at his feet and smile as his words pour into you. It is subtle at first. I thought I was strong enough to resist. Instead, I became a willing tool, eager to serve. He sent me here to find the location of the Mu relay. Its position was lost thousands of years ago.
How does something that big go missing?
4,000 years ago, a star nearby went supernova. The shockwave propelled the relay out of its system, but did not damage it. Its precise vector and speed are impossible to determine. As millennia passed, the nebula created by the nova enveloped the relay. It is difficult to find any cold object in interstellar space, particularly something swathed in hot dust and radiation.
Sounds nasty.
Someone on Noveria found it?
2,000 years ago, the Rachni inhabited that region of our galaxy. They discovered the relay. The Rachni can share memories across generations. Queens inherit the knowledge of their mothers. I took the location of the relay from the Queen's mind. I was not gentle.
Why does Saren need the Mu relay?
Fucking cosplay, yeah.
It leads into the conduit. I would tell you more if I could, but Saren did not share his counsel with me. I was merely a servant to his cause.
How did the Rachni find it?
They searched, patiently. They are territorial creatures, driven to close any possible way into their systems.
You can still make it right. Give me the information.
I was not myself, but I should have been stronger. I transcribed the data to an OSD. Take it, please.
Knowing the relay's coordinates is not enough. Do you know where he planned to go from there?
Saren wouldn't tell me his destination. But you must find out quickly. I transmitted the coordinates to him before you arrived. You have to stop me. I can't. His teeth are at my ear. fingers on my spine. You should. You should.
Mother, don't leave. Fight him.
Oh, hey, she's finally saying something.
You've always made me proud, Liara. Die.
Nice spoilers in the subtitles. Don't fuck with the shepherds. Human flying.
I cannot go on. You will have to stop him, Shepard.
Hold on.
I thought I absolutely annihilated her.
He is still in my mind. I am not entirely myself. I never will be again.
How is she still able to stand upright? I've absolutely fucked her up.
Good night, little wing. I will see you again with the dawn. No light. They always said there would be a...
Mother! Liara seems quiet. I guess it makes sense. That's just her way to cope. Hello, Retro 1988. Yeah, crooked teeth. Hello, US7.
This one serves as our voice. We cannot sing. Not in these low spaces. Your musics are colorless.
My no went actually pretty good, Ultima Omega. I'm really happy with how it went. I don't understand you.
Musics? What?
Your way of communicating is strange. Flat. It does not color the air. When we speak, one moves all.
This is gonna be a fun conversation.
We are the mother. We sing for those left behind. The children you thought silenced. We are Rachni.
Cool, dude.
How are you speaking through her?
Our kind sing through touchings of thought. We pluck the strings, and the other understands. She is weak to urging. She has colors we have no names for. But she is ending. Her music is bittersweet. It is beautiful. You are not in harmony with those who hoped to control us. What will you sing? Will you release us? Are we to fade away once more?
Yes.
Commander, I don't trust this thing. We know its kind are killers. The tank is rigged with acid. I recommend using it.
They made a mistake. They let the Krogan go too far. This is a chance for us to atone. She has done nothing to us.
Your companions hear the truth. You have the power to free us, or return our people to the silence of memory.
What are your plans?
If I let you live, would you attack other races again?
No. I do not know what happened in the war. We only heard discordance, songs the color of oily shadows. We would seek a hidden place to teach our children harmony. If they understand, perhaps we would return.
Are you a survivor from the war? A clone?
We do not know. We were only an egg, hearing Mother cry in our dreams. A tone from space hushed one voice after another. It forced the singers to resonate with its own sour yellow note. Then we awoke in this place, the last echo of those who came out from the singing planet. The sky is silent.
You could have calmed them if I hadn't set off the purge?
No. Our minds are not as yours. We can only learn to sing in harmony. Without a mother, children are lost to silence. You should not sing of them in gray and violet. We would have stilled them ourselves.
I won't kill you.
I won't destroy your entire race. You'll go free.
There's a reason their kind were hunted to extinction. It's better to be safe than let a dangerous race loose.
What did I do in my first playthrough? I remember like being super pissed off because Rex was being a crybaby. Don't even remember what I ended up doing. I think I might have saved her to spite Rex. I guess I'll save her. I'll save her. I'm a doormat after all.
Are we any better if we kill them all?
If this had happened in Tokyo, or Armstrong, or on the Citadel, the death toll would be...
You will give us the chance to compose anew? We will remember. We will sing of your forgiveness to our children.
Yes, I remember. I changed my mind at this very point after Rex said something, but then it was already too late. It's like, well, fuck off. Cool. Loot. And yeah, I don't give a shit about this Ragnar at all. If I could, I would just walk away without doing anything. The quarantine lab is still locked. Too bad I can't enter it. Maybe it's open now, but I'll have to check. Ooh, loot. Medigal. That's locked. They're both locked. It's kinda lame. Cool. Inventory management. Holy shit. Pistols for me. Yes. Shotgun for me. Yes. Yes. Anything else? No. Ashley. No. Liara. No. Nothing for Liara. Ooh. Miguel. Boom. Tape to ooh, let's equip Ashley first with new stuff. She already has a good assault rifle. Shotgun. Yes. Pistol. No. Sniper. No. Alright. Liara. Cool. That should be it for now. Levels. I still don't have these. I have a point in Intimidate. Actually, 2 points. Perhaps I should upgrade her sniper rifles, but she's been doing quite well with the assault rifle. I'm just gonna increase her shit. There. Liara, 2 points. Suppose I'll upgrade Singularity. That one's useful. What is warp? Sounds cool. There. Excellent. Yeah, I think she just fucks off, yeah. Well, she returns apparently in Mass Effect 3, but for now. I think she actually does what she said she would do.
What's our next move, Commander? Head for the Mu Relay?
The Mu Relay could link to dozens of systems. Unless we know exactly where Saren's going, we'd just be wasting our time.
The Commander is right. We cannot rush off blind. We still need to learn more about Saren.
Who put you in charge? Did the Commander resign when I wasn't looking?
Damn, Ashley, shut up.
We're all on the same team here, Williams. She's just trying to help.
Sorry, Commander.
This is a tough mission. We're all on edge. Everyone go get some rest. Crew, dismissed.
Noveria report is away, Commander. You want me to patch you through to the council?
Oh, hell yes.
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
Is this report accurate, Commander? You found Rachni on Noveria?
And then released the Queen. Do you have any idea what you've done? How many generations until they overrun the galaxy?
This queen is different. She understands why her kind had to be wiped out last time around.
I hope you're right, Shepard. My children's children will pay the price if you're not.
We'll be waiting for your next report, Commander.
That was easy. Yeah, just grab a chair, dude. Yes, Commander?
Carry on, Presley.
Yes, Commander.
Yes, sir.
I want to talk to Joker. Can I not sacrifice Joker on Vermeer instead of Kaden?
Boy, am I glad to be off of Noveria. I don't know which was worse, the cold or the corporations. One will freeze your balls off, the other will sell them out from under you. With all due respect, Commander.
Over Joker? Yeah, sure. He seems just as capable of flying this thing too, so...
How's the Normandy performing? Is she everything they said she'd be?
She's the best ship in the fleet. If you've got a pilot who knows how to handle her. Balance isn't what you'd expect. Takes a while to get used to that oversized drive core we got stuffed in the back, and her power can sneak up on you if you're not careful. The Normandy's probably too much ship for your average.
Bored now.
Lucky for you, I'm anything but average.
I have to go.
Alright, see ya.
Oh my god, even more reason to hate him. Wait, I thought Joker said we were off Noveria, but looks like we're still here. So just to spite the Joker, I'm just going to go back to Noveria. Oh yeah.
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere. Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
I do not like this place. Too many dark secrets. The sooner we are off this frozen world, the better.
Yes, lady.
I would be grateful if you would finish your business and leave.
This one would prefer
Wow, he's still mad at
further
me.
Interaction. I'm here as a customer. Very well. This one will need the credits.
Medigo.
I heard some of the guys were ransacking synthetic insides. Captain Matson did.
Wasn't me. Oh, this guy. Hello.
Been a while since I've seen you. What brings you back?
Vehicle repairs, of course.
That's what I like to hear. Let's see what you need.
What?
Been a while since I've seen you. What brings you back?
Vehicle repairs, of course.
That's what I like to hear. Let's see what you need.
Okay, this guy has just stood there with his beta content lines. I wonder if they'll remove him from the remaster.
My sergeant was killed in the SI office. I don't know how I feel about that. She was
Cool. What's this? Alright, let's go to the Citadel.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress. Logged. The commanding officer is aboard. XO Presley stands relieved.
Just the ones in the Artemis Tau cluster. So no, not too many. Dr. Chakwas probably has nothing new to say. Medigel +2.
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
If you are here to talk about Benezia's death, you need not bother. She brought it upon herself.
Don't pretend it doesn't bother you. She was your mother.
She was. But she was not. I prefer to remember Benezia as she used to be, before she was corrupted by Sovereign's power.
Relieved of his duty as like the commanding officer while I am away.
The best of your mother lives on in you. Her determination, her intelligence, her strength.
Like he's the second in command here.
That is kind of you to say. I appreciate your concern, but I am fine. Benezia chose her path, just as I have chosen mine. I am with you until the end, Shepard.
Do you know why Benezia joined up with Saren?
Benezia was swept up in events beyond her control and lost herself. She fell under the spell of indoctrination and became part of the very thing she wanted to stop. But I will remember and honor how she lived, not how she died. My mother was strong, kind, and beautiful. And now she is gone.
Lisette, maybe? Lisette?
Are you going to be okay?
You are kind to ask, Shepard. I do miss her, and I grieve for what happened to her. But I will not let my grief interfere with what we are trying to accomplish.
I'd like to know more about the Asari.
We were the first species to discover the Citadel. We were instrumental in forming the Council, and we always strive to be the voice of peaceful cooperation.
I'm going to have to ask this question to, like, when I meet a foreigner. I'd like to learn more about your country.
Each species contributes something to the greater whole. Although we seek to understand other species, it seems few of them seek to understand us. The galaxy is filled with rumors and misinformation about my people.
Like what?
Most of the inaccuracies are centered around our mating rituals. My species is monogendered. Male and female have no real meaning for us. We still require a partner to reproduce. This second parent, however, may be of any species and any gender.
That's disgusting. How?
I don't understand. Your species can mate with anyone?
Mating is not quite the proper term, not as you understand it. Physical contact may or may not be involved, but it is not an essential element of the union. The true connection is mental. Our physiology allows us to meld with other beings. We can touch the very depths of their minds. We explore the genetic memory of their species. We share the most basic elements of their individual and racial identities. We then pass these traits on to our daughters. It is how we learn to grow as a species and how we develop a greater understanding of other races.
What happens to your partner after the union?
Every relationship is different. Some unions are a single encounter with both parents parting ways afterwards. Others can be more long-term. Sometimes an Asari and her partner will stay together for many decades.
Do you know who Matriarch Benezia chose as her partner?
She rarely spoke of her partner. Though I know my father, if you want to use that term, was another Asari.
I thought you always needed another species to serve as one of the parents.
Think about it, Shepard. If we were not able to mate with our own species, we would have died out long before we ever mastered spaceflight and left our homeworld. Union with our own kind is no longer common, not for the purposes of reproduction. Most Asari believe it weakens our species. Asari daughters inherit racial traits from the father species.
Yeah.
If both parents are Asari,
A great first conversation here.
Or so conventional wisdom would hold. I am what is sometimes called a pureblood.
Pureblood.
Though no Asari would ever be cruel enough to say the word to my face, it is a great insult among my people. It is possible Benezia's partner was embarrassed by their union. She may have been too ashamed to publicly acknowledge me as her offspring.
And why did she do it?
Maybe she wanted to meet you but couldn't. Something could have happened to her. Maybe she passed away.
You might be right. I hope you are. But I have no way to know for sure. Benezia never spoke of her partner. Whatever happened, it caused her too much pain to dwell on it. She raised me by herself, though that is not uncommon. Many Asari raise their children alone, particularly if the father species is short-lived. Often the partner will pass on long before the child reaches maturity.
Cool.
I should go.
Goodbye, Shepard.
See ya, purebloods. Yes, Commander. That's something you need. My captain quarters, most useless room on the ship.
Anything you need, Commander?
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
Well, they know about the stonewalling you've had from the Council.
They deserve to know what we're up against.
They're on your side. They're pissed about the resistance we're getting, especially from our side. I'll have a better handle on all of it when my head stops hurting. Another L2 flare-up.
Anything I can do?
No, Commander, it'll settle down. It's rough sometimes, but they spike higher than a lot of L3s. Except for you, of course. Besides, I fared a lot better than some after Kinetics was through.
No
I
idea
haven't
what
heard
this
anything
is.
about Kinetics in a while.
Yeah, they quietly disappeared. Broke up into a bunch of little corps after they botched the training on Jump Zero. After first contact, Kinetics was set up to track Element Zero exposures and develop implants for humans. Once we had an embassy on the Citadel, Kinetics could bring in experts instead of taking it slow.
The only experts would have to be aliens.
Dead on. Turians, actually. That's why Kinetics kept it a secret. They were afraid of what people back home would think. asking the Turians for help when we just fought a war with them.
The Asari would have been more acceptable than the Turians.
Yes, but the company didn't go through the Citadel. It would have made Earth look weak, so they discreetly hired some Turian mercenaries.
Categorically.
Is there some reason we couldn't learn it on our own?
They didn't know where to start. Hell, it took a couple of years to even link biotics and Ezo. Forget trying to get the kids to move stuff. They had trouble just helping them not break their own limbs. And their choice of teachers didn't help much.
Probably.
I'm sure Canadics did what they thought was best.
It wasn't best for us. They brought in an ex-military Turian named Commander Vernus. A real hard-ass. He basically had a free pass to break us if it would turn out a decent biotic. Kind of spiraled from there, Commander.
Did he ever face charges for that?
He got his, yeah. But like everything else at Jump Zero, it was under the table. The less said, the better. Anyway, this is ancient stuff. I walked it off a long time ago.
I have no idea what this is about.
We're here to make history, not rehash it.
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Killing Saren's, what was Benezzi anyway? Second in command? Advisor? Anyway, it should set him back a bit. I'm sure Dr. Tassoni's hurting, though. Poor kid. Having to kill her own mom.
Any opinion on the Rachni?
Off the record? If we had the option, I'd as soon have left it to the Council. We weren't out here during the Rachni War. I'm not sure we have any business getting involved.
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
I've wasted enough of your time for now, Commander. We'll have time for personal debriefings later.
We'll talk another time, Lieutenant.
Commander?
Yep. Ooh, yes.
Looking for supplies?
Let's see what you've got.
You bet, Commander.
Guys.
Commander, good to see you.
You've been with CSEC a while. Have you seen much action?
Well, not as much as you, but yeah, I've seen some interesting things.
I'll bet you have. Anything in particular that stands out?
I remember this Solarian geneticist I was sent to investigate. That case was a bit disturbing.
Disturbing?
What happened? Why were you investigating them?
I was tasked with tracking the black market trade on the Citadel. Most of it harmless, nothing I needed to pursue. But during the course of my investigation, I noticed an increase in the trade of body parts, organs mostly. We usually get a few of those, but not the numbers I was seeing. We weren't sure if there was a new black market lab or if some freak was harvesting organs from citizens.
Really?
So what was it?
Both, actually. But it took us a while to figure that out.
So how did you figure out what was happening?
First, we got a hold of a sample and ran DNA tests. The weird thing was, the match led us to a Turian who was still alive and was very convinced he'd never lost his liver. After
Turians have livers?
This Turian worked briefly for Dr. Salion, the geneticist. So we went to his lab hoping to find evidence of cloned organ development. But there was nothing. No Solarian hearts, no Turian livers, not one Krogan testicle.
What did you do about the geneticist?
I brought in some of his employees for interrogation, to see if I could get them to talk.
Yeah, exactly.
While I was interviewing one of them, I came across something suspicious.
You mean threatened? Was that really necessary?
Maybe, maybe not. Either way, it paid off. One of my detainees started bleeding profusely during the interview. We offered to patch him up, and he got frantic, freaked out. I ordered a full exam to find out what was going on. Our medics found incisions all over his body, some of them fresh. That was our big break. These people weren't just Dr. Salion's employees. They were test tubes, walking, living test tubes.
Interesting.
You were throwing parts inside these people?
Exactly. He cloned their organs right inside their own bodies. Then he harvested them and sold them.
That is messed up.
Most of the victims were poor. He'd pay them each a small percentage of the sales, but only if the organs were good. Sometimes an organ wouldn't grow properly, so he'd just leave it in them. Most of them were a mess, but only on the inside, hidden so nobody could see it.
I hope he got what he deserved.
That's the worst part. We never caught him.
Don't tell me that.
Why not? What the hell happened?
He ran, blew his lab, grabbed some of his employees, and headed for the nearest space dock. By the time I found out, his ship was already leaving. He threatened to kill his hostages if we tried to stop him.
But you went after him anyway, right?
I ordered Citadel Defense to shoot him down, but CSEC headquarters countermanded my order. They were worried about the hostages, worried about civilian casualties if the ship was destroyed so close to the Citadel. I told them those hostages were dead anyway. We just used them to make more organs. They wouldn't listen.
Well, it's not worth the risk. You pursue the vessel and disable it. That's the best choice.
They sent the military after him, but he got away just the same. Yes, they did. I went to Patton and told him what I thought of him and his policies. He said if I didn't like it, I could quit. Well, I almost did. All they had to do was disable that ship, stop him from running. Maybe the hostages die, maybe they don't, but at least we stopped the bastard responsible for it all.
If you don't care about the fate of those hostages, then you're no better than he is. You're just a terrorist with a badge.
Oof.
Yeah, maybe you're right. It doesn't make it any easier, but I see your point. Just wish I could have stopped him. That's all.
Do you have any idea what happened to Dr. Salion?
I sent out feelers from time to time, hoping to find something. I thought I'd found him a while back. He changed ships and changed his name to Dr. Hart, his idea of a joke, I guess. I told the military, but they weren't convinced it was him. I got the transponder frequency for his new ship, but I just can't get anyone to check it out.
I'll check out the coordinates when I get a chance.
I was hoping you'd say that. But Commander, take me with you when you go. If it's Salion, I want to be there when you find him.
Sure.
Oh, before I go, you said you're serving with Commander Shepard now? We saw him on the news here. He's cute. Later, sis.
Tell me you didn't hear that.
Afraid I did.
Oh, shoot me now. One of my sisters. That's Sarah, the youngest. Surprised to see you here, sir. Thought you'd be chatting up, what's her name? Tassoni?
Ooh, jealousy.
Liara, why would you think that?
Scuttlebutt says you got a bit of a thing for her. I could understand why. The
Scuttlebutt?
crew's off limits with the regs against fraternization. And at least she looks like a woman.
I mean, she's not technically my crew either, I think.
You think I'm interested in Liara because she's the only one I'm allowed to date?
So you are interested in her. Of course, it could be politics. Alien diplomat's daughter, us under orders to make nice with the bug-eyed monsters. What's up? You didn't come by to eavesdrop on family mail.
Your family seems to be important to you.
Yeah, we've always been close. Me and my sisters especially. With Dad on duty so much, I had to help Mom raise them.
Yes, charming. Tell me about
Did your
your
father
dad.
serve with the fleet?
Yeah, took any crap posting he could get that offered space time. You know what? He worked his ass off trying to get recognized. He never made it above serviceman 3rd class. He was real proud when I made chief. First thing he did was salute.
Right, I see. Then that would leave only Kaiden.
What about your mother? You haven't mentioned her.
You must know what military wives are like. Strong because they have to be, able to raise kids while Dad's away on a 6-month cruise. She has a degree in planetary geology. She and Dad both wanted to see new worlds. She gave up her career to raise us, though.
Wow.
You have more than one sister? Sounds like a big family.
Yeah, I'm the oldest, then Abby, then Lynn. Sarah's the youngest. She's still in high school.
Ooh.
With 4 girls, Dad used to say he felt more outnumbered at home than on maneuvers.
Where did you grow up?
All over. We transferred half a dozen times before I finished grade school. You go where personnel command sends you, right? I guess that's why I'm so tight with my sisters. We'd have to leave all our friends every 2 or 3 years.
After helping raise them, your sisters still talk to you? Amazing.
Things were tense between Sarah and me for a while. Then we bonded.
Tell me.
Sounds like a story. Feel like sharing?
Sarah got herself a boyfriend who wanted to go faster than she did, Mike. I didn't think he was a bad kid, just pushy. Lynn would send me these worried vidmails, and I'd tell her to relax.
Vidmails?
Where were you when this was going on?
I was on active duty. Sarah's graduating high school this year. This was only a couple years back. They were on Amaterasu. At the time, I was assigned to Chernobog. Same cluster, but a dozen Hellwire away. Close enough to talk regularly, too far to make it back in an emergency. I couldn't afford a fast packet flight.
Okay. No means no.
If he really liked her, he wouldn't be pushy.
Yeah, of course. If he didn't ask at all, I'd wonder if he thought Sarah was ugly. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Mike thought they'd go for a romantic walk in the woods, because he figured it was past time they did the deed. She levered Mike face first into a tree and left. Didn't have a scratch
Nice.
on her. Good thing Mom and Dad had us all learn some kind of self-defense. I took emergency leave and walked Sarah to school for a few days.
Why didn't you tell the police?
She said it wouldn't solve the real problem, and she and Mike would both become household names. It was a small colony. I said it was her call to make, that we should let her do it her way. Mom was pretty pissed about that.
You said all of your sisters learned self-defense?
Lynn did pistol practice, but didn't like it. She's kind of nervous. Sarah took Aikido. Abby decided to learn the sword. She always was a little weird. Likes big skirts and tops you have to tie her into. They do great things to her figure, though.
So, what did you learn?
One of Dad's friends taught me Marine hand to hand.
You traveled all the way home to walk your sister to school.
It was only a dozen light years, like a day's cruise. It's not like I was going to Earth or something. My last day out, Mike was waiting for us. Sarah had told her friends, so everyone at school knew what he did. He wasn't happy. I wanted to snap him in half, but Sarah gave me this look, this let me handle it, I need to do this alone look. She kept her cool, God bless her, as he screamed in her face. She just let him vent. Then he tried to punch her. I swear, she just flowed around him. Next thing I knew, he's face down on the sidewalk, and there's blood everywhere.
Nice.
That's unbelievable. Sarah must be as good as you.
Better. I'm more or less a straight-up puncher. When he swung, she wasn't there anymore, and he fell. She helped him stop the bleeding and had me call an ambulance. She told the paramedics he fell. Before they took him to the hospital, Mike touched Sarah's arm. I thought he was gonna end up on the ground again. But he hung his head, whispered, "I'm sorry," and started crying.
Aww.
She hugged him.
Aww.
The Williams women are a decisive bunch, Commander. We do things when we're ready. Not before, not after.
Interesting. That was pointless. Interesting
Your
story.
sister's something else. But you didn't mention your father at all. Was he on deployment?
Dad always wanted to serve in space, but he wanted us to have real ground under our feet. He'd say, space is beautiful, but you can't raise a family there. I cannot rest from travel. I will drink life to the lees. All times I've enjoyed greatly, have suffered greatly, both with those that loved me and alone. For always roaming with a hungry heart.
What are we doing now?
Unknown, cities of men and manners, climates, councils, governments.
I so want to pick that, but I can't.
I didn't know you liked classical literature.
Ulysses was my dad's favorite poem. Every time he shipped out, he recorded me reading it. He had a dozen versions when he retired.
Does he still like it?
I sure hope so. I read it to his grave every time I go home. Dad passed on a few years back. He's probably still watching, though. So behave.
You mean from wherever we go after death?
Dead on, Skipper. He's with God now. That's not a problem with you, is it? That I believe in God?
I do too.
You know that old saw, there's never an atheist in a foxhole? I've been in a lot of foxholes.
Yeah.
Don't get it.
I've met a few people who are really weirded out by my faith. Because I work in space, I can't believe in a higher power? Jeez. Hello, have you people looked out the window? How can you look at this galaxy and not believe in something? I should get back to my duties. Didn't mean to take up so much of your time.
That conversation started off great, but it ended poorly. Still, I've had worse dates.
What's your opinion on the last mission?
You mean the Rachni, right? Like I said, the Rachni are dangerous. They proved that 2,000 years ago. I think it was a mistake to let them go. But that wasn't my call to make. It was yours. You know, you really should talk to Tisoni about her mom. She has to be hurting. Just saying, Skipper.
Cool.
We'll talk later, Williams.
Looking forward to it, Skipper.
Oh. Rex.
What do you want, Shepard?
Why did you become a mercenary?
Lots of reasons.
Yes.
Such as?
Such as, I needed to get out of our system. I needed to eat. I needed to survive.
I feel like I've had this conversation before.
Why not stay and help your people?
I tried to help. That's why I had to leave.
What happened?
I was betrayed.
This guy is not very talkative.
I was head of a small tribe. We were trying to restore order after the war, but the other tribes were against us. They followed Jared, one of the few warlords who survived the war with the Turians. But he was old, and so were his ideas. He wanted to continue the war. He wanted us to fight. Turians, Solarians, each other.
I did.
It didn't matter who, as long as we were fighting.
What did you want?
I just wanted Jared
I want you to shut up.
To stop his ranting. I wanted him to stop leading the tribes astray. But he couldn't understand how much things had changed. We didn't have the numbers to go to war. Even if we did, the genophage made sure we couldn't replenish our numbers fast enough. I told him all to
Oh, shut up, dude.
We needed to focus on breeding, at least for one generation. And for a while,
God, I wish he would just stick to his 3-word sentences.
Coming around.
I don't really care, Rex.
Something I can do for you, Commander?
No.
Carry on, Adams.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Shepard, I'm glad you're here.
Whoa.
Good to see you smiling again.
Smiling?
So to speak.
Okay, yeah.
I'm sleeping much better now. I guess I'm getting used to how quiet your ship is. I still think a lot about my pilgrimage, though. I know Steren's our top priority, but with all the worlds we go to, I was hoping to find something to bring back to the flotilla.
You will.
We've still got a long way to go. You'll find something to take back.
Yes, but it cannot just be some derelict ship my people can use for salvage. It has to be more than that. There's a lot expected of me.
What's so special about you?
It's my father. He's the senior member of the Admiralty Board. He's one of only 5 people who can overrule the decisions of the Conclave for the good of the migrant fleet. My father is responsible for the lives of 17 million people. Our entire race is in his hands. and I'm his only child.
You're royalty?
So are you some kind of heir to the Quarian throne or something?
No, it doesn't work that way. My father's position isn't hereditary. I'll probably never serve on the Admiralty
Foreshadowing.
myself. Officially, I'm just the same as any other citizen. But it doesn't work that way in practice. People have always treated me differently because of who my father is.
You must get all kinds of special privileges.
I probably had it easier than most growing up, but it's not all good. People like my father have enemies, and they're not above using me to get to him.
Fun.
It must be tough on you.
My people place a high value on family and ancestry. There's an unspoken expectation that I'll live up to my father's example. Everyone's waiting for me to do something great on my pilgrimage, something that will forever change our lives for the better. If I don't, it's like I failed, and that reflects badly on both me and my father.
Cool.
The work you're doing here is more important than anything any Quarian has ever done before.
Yes, I know. But you have to understand Quarian culture. We're a very insular society. The events beyond the flotilla don't much matter to the average citizen. Our greatest dream is that one day we'll return to our homeworld and drive out the Geth. But even if we stop Saren, that's not going to happen. There's still millions of Geth behind the veil. Until they're gone, our exile will continue.
What would you need to bring back to make everyone happy?
Something that would help us better understand the Geth. They've changed significantly since the exile. They've continued to evolve. We've done our best to study them, but it's not easy. They're very reclusive. Until recently, they never went beyond the borders of the Veil. And all the Geth we run into now are under Saren's control. We'd need to find Geth operating on their own, independently. But I don't want this to get in the way of our mission, Shepard. First, we stop Saren.
Sure thing. Hello, Sister Lexi. Didn't I just ask this?
What was your father like?
It wasn't easy growing up as the daughter of one of the Admiralty. Even before he joined the board, he was a prominent figure. People looked to him for leadership. He had to set an example, and he expected the same of his daughter. Plus, he was pretty strict, a military man through and through.
Cool.
He never allowed me to settle for anything less than excellence. As a kid, I sometimes felt like he was pushing me too hard. But now, I'm old enough to appreciate what he taught me. The world doesn't owe us anything. If we want something in life, we have to earn it.
Where was your mother in all this?
Mother was around, but she always seemed to kind of blend into the background. Almost like she was overshadowed by my father. He tends to do that to people. She passed on about 5 years ago. Some airborne virus that swept through the fleet. Happens sometimes when the filters start to break down. I think my father took it pretty hard. After she was gone, he became even more focused on his work. I think that was his way of dealing with the grief.
Sounds like a tough upbringing. You don't resent your father at all?
Like I said, it wasn't easy. My father's not the kind of person you bond with. And he wasn't around all that much. Too busy.
He sounds like a dick.
People counted on him, and he took his duties seriously. Even when he was around, he always seemed a bit distant. Like his mind was always somewhere else. Come to think of it, I can't ever remember seeing him smile. Not once. It's like he was always weighed down by all that responsibility. I mean, I know he cares about me, but he never really showed it. Not in the usual way. I guess the best thing I can say about my father is that I respect him.
Cool.
I want to talk about something else.
Like what?
I should go.
See you later.
Bye. Codex entry. Yeah, let's just ignore that thing. Garrus, we already spoke to him. I think let's go to the Citadel. And speak to Odina.
Good timing, Commander. We got a transmission coming in from the Citadel.
Again?
Top priority clearance.
From who?
Is it the ambassador?
It's not his signature. I think it's from the Council. I'll patch it through to the conference.
Great.
Commander Shepard, we've received information that may be critical to your mission against Saren.
Good.
I'll take all the help I can get.
We've received an urgent message from one of our infiltration regiments in the Traverse.
You mean spies?
Spectres tend to attract attention, Commander, but they are only one arm of the Council. Special task groups are often a better option for monitoring developing situations.
We currently have several infiltration units scattered throughout the border regions of Citadel space. This particular unit was gathering intel on Saren.
Cool.
What did they find?
Unfortunately, the message we received was little more than static. The infiltration team must be in a situation where they can't set up proper interstellar communications. But the message was sent on a channel reserved for mission-critical communications. Whatever they were trying to tell us, we know it was important. Considering your interest in Saren, we thought you might want to investigate this. Find out what happened to our team. The signal originated from the planet Vermeer.
I'll look into it.
The Council prefers not to become involved in the specifics of Spectre activities. We only want you to be aware of all your options, including Vermeer. Good luck, Commander Shepard. We will keep you advised if we learn anything else.
Excellent. That's a lot of circles.
Commander, urgent message from Alliance Command coming in. I'll patch it through.
Shepard, this is Admiral Hackett from Alliance Command. We've got a situation here, and you're the only one that can handle it.
What do you need, Admiral?
There's an Alliance training ground where we test weapons and technology in live fire simulations. One of the VIs we use to simulate enemy tactics in the drills is no longer responding to our override commands. It's gone rogue.
Rogue?
Are you telling me this computer is thinking on its own?
We're not stupid, Shepard. This is a virtual intelligence, not a true AI. It's not self-aware, and it can't access any external systems. We didn't do anything illegal here. Virtual intelligence support is critical to our military success. VIs process thousands of status reports and react in nanoseconds. No human can do that. We need you to fight your way through the training ground of the VI core and manually disable it.
Can't you disable it remotely?
Our fail-safes aren't responding. The VI operates on a closed network. It can affect any external systems, but we don't have any direct access to its processes. We could bomb it from orbit, but the damage to the facility would be catastrophic. We'd prefer to have someone shut down the core. Someone like you. I know Spectres answer the Council, but you're still human. You're still part of the Alliance military, and right now we need you.
This doesn't seem like a very urgent thing, though.
Facilities, weapons, drones, and automated defenses. You're the only one that can pull this off, Shepard. Good luck.
So I'm just not gonna hurry. Citadel? Citadel? Land?
equalizing interior pressure with
visit Udina.
exterior atmosphere. Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
Are there any side quests I have to hand in here? There might be. Udina is great, I love him.
Reporter Kalisa Al-Jilani recently attempted to land an interview with Commander Shepard, the first human Spectre. Commander Shepard answered difficult questions, demonstrating that under that military uniform is a keen diplomatic mind. We'll have exclusive footage later today.
That took a while.
Hello, Commander. Show me what you've got. I'll open the rare stocks for you, Commander. Enjoy.
Is there anything in the CSEC wing? Anyone wanting my attention? Nope.
It was the Turians who first suggested creating a single organization to maintain order on the Citadel. Perhaps that is why more than half the force is Turian.
Not now.
Right, this room. The room where they made a big box to fill in, but then forgot to decorate it.
Did you know Citadel Security is the largest multi-species law enforcement agency in Council space?
Wow, thank you, Liara. That is a cool fact.
It was the Turians who first suggested creating a single organization to maintain order on the Citadel. Perhaps that is why more than half the force is Turian. Did you know Citadel Security is the largest multi-species law enforcement agency in Council space?
So, Liara, you've spent 50 years studying Prothean runes and artifacts.
Our travels now are somewhat different from my normal excavations. I would prefer lengthier studies and fewer explosions.
I think you've spoken for scientists everywhere, Liara.
Yeah, makes sense. Anything new here? Hello, Odina.
Your Noveria report raised a few eyebrows in the council, Shepard. I can't believe you let that queen live. There's a reason their species was nearly wiped out. You should have finished them off.
This queen isn't like the others. She's not interested in conquest or war.
Really? I'm glad you're an expert in a species we know virtually nothing about. I hope we're both still around in 50 years to see if you're right.
Genocide of an entire species is a terrible tragedy, Ambassador. Shepard did the right thing.
Fine. I'll just tell everyone we figured it was a good idea to release a fertile Rachni queen in the wilds of Noveria. I'm sure nobody will have a problem with that.
Yes, Commander?
This guy has nothing new to say.
I'll be here if you need anything.
I can't tell the aliens from the animals.
The sheer size of this place is overwhelming. Remarkable. Nature and technology combined in one elegant whole. This is truly magnificent. Most Prothean architecture I see is in ruins.
I can believe Bella had a job here.
This place is fantastic.
Shepard, what can I do for you now?
I should take Garrus to talk of him.
Goodbye, Commander.
Thank you for all your help, Shepard.
You too.
This place seems strange. There's a little more humans.
Nothing new here. Boring people. Let's make a lap through the wards. Actually, let's go up to the tower. Do we have anything in the tower? Yeah, let's go to the tower and make a lap through the wards and then check for some side missions. Oh yeah, and I need to visit that side too, I guess. Because I've not been there in a while. That's probably nothing, but fuck if I know. Vera.
The sheer size of this place is overwhelming.
You are overwhelming.
Remarkable. Nature and technology combined.
Well, they've built themselves quite the lake. Wonder if anyone ever drowned in it.
What are they going to talk about?
Helix has settled out of court with a Krogan group that had accused the Genetics Corporation of fraud. The Krogan group had contracted Binary Helix to perform studies with a long-range goal of curing their genetic sterilization. The group later sued for a return of investment money when the study produced no viable results.
Probably not OC. This seems like a pretty what's it called? Police state? No, that's not what I'm looking for. No fun allowed.
See how the trees and the fountain naturally blend with the arches of the tower. They have done a masterful job of capturing the aesthetic values of the Protheans.
Wow. But I would swim in it. It looks like fun. But who knows? It might be called Gareth.
I really appreciate what you're doing.
Right, I have to do something for him.
As soon as you find any information on my brother.
Maybe I'll have to do that. I can pick one of those like random star systems and then just do all the quests there. There seems to be nothing here. Yeah, Admiral Kahoku, or what is his name? He's gone. Council's not here. Strange. What's the matter, Liara?
Think of all the important decisions the Council has made right here. Trillions of lives hanging on their every word and deed. It's all inspiring.
I really appreciate what you're doing for me. Please let me know as soon as you find any information on my murder.
See how the trees and the fountain naturally blend with the arches of the tower. They have done a masterful job of capturing the aesthetic values of the Protheans. See how the trees and the fountain naturally blend with the arches of the tower. They have done a masterful job of capturing the aesthetic values of the Protheans.
So, Dr. Tassoni, are all Asari biotics? I heard Lieutenant Alenko say something about you not needing implants.
While the Asari have natural biotic abilities, not all have the desire to learn to use their abilities effectively.
Wow. To have so many potential biotics that people can choose not to train, I imagine the Lieutenant would be jealous.
What is he singing? What are the lyrics to this song? Oh, it ended. A sub! I have the same multiple notification thing Charlie had. Oh, thank you, Holbreth. Ooh, yeah, that shows up. Ooh, I can walk on here. Probably not a lot of points though, because it leads nowhere. Lame. Ooh, this guy.
Greetings, Earth Clan. How can this humble servant be of use to you?
Yeah, these characters just turn into mindless AI drones on Sudan.
I should go.
Goodbye.
This is truly magnificent. Most Muvian architecture I see is in ruins.
Do you have anything to sell?
Commander, it is good to see you again. Would you care to see some of its fantastic items
I'd like
today?
to buy something.
Show me your items.
Oh, this one is pleased to do so, human. You will not be disappointed.
Cool. Unique item. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, but then after that he just becomes useless. Let's see if there's anything at the consort.
The sheer size of this place is overwhelming.
Hello again, Commander.
Hello.
See, even the humans find the consort irresistible.
Welcome. It is a pleasure to see you. You're with the Alliance? My brother's a private back on Earth.
Oh.
Remarkable. Nature and technology.
Take a seat if you like. It may be a while. Please, relax and enjoy.
An hour here is better than a year on leave.
Hello again, Commander.
Alright. Is there a door to the wards here? I think I have to cross. Alright, that's fine. I wonder if the Reapers will remove that Krogan statue after after they're done harvesting this cycle.
It must be nice to be back in civilization after so long in those Prothean ruins.
No, cities and stations were always my mother's area of comfort. I actually enjoy the solitude of dig sites.
What are you looking at,
I don't
Ashley?
think I can handle that. Eden Prime was as quiet and rustic as I'd ever want.
Yeah, taking that job serious. Oh, this way. Oh, this hallway. Yeah, nothing here either. Just more pointless rooms.
In breaking news, Chairman Burns of the Parliament Subcommittee on Transhuman Studies has been kidnapped by biotic extremists. The biotics commandeered a freighter and were last seen in the Hades Gamma Cluster. No demands have yet been made.
No, I was having my hand too far to the right.
In remembrance of Eden Prime, we present another profile in courage with serviceman Nirali Bhatia. A devoted wife.
Liara is still aiming though.
Serviceman Bhatia joined the Alliance military under the Deferred Education Plan. After finishing her service, Bhatia planned to open a restaurant. Instead, she gave her life protecting the colonists of Eden Prime. For more profiles in courage, or to explore opportunities in the military, please visit the Alliance Military on the extranet. Keyword, courage. In entertainment news, Francis Kitt has announced plans to direct Hamlet with L-Corps cast members. The production will open dramatic theater to the L-Corps with a Hamlet who uses L-Corps body language and pheromones.
Liara is not being static.
A human audience the chance to judge Hamlet by his deeds and not his emotions.
Do that have thing again you did, Liara. No? Okay. Ooh, yeah, let's go to the club.
Asari are more accepting of our sexuality than most other species. Some club owners like to exploit this by hiring us as dancers.
How much to hire you, Liara?
I got business here.
Where was that lady? I want to talk to her. She's gone. Oh, no, that's a Solarian.
I am not used to this kind of environment. Too much time working by myself.
You.
Yes, human. You need something, yes?
I need supplies.
Let me see what you have.
Oh, you will be pleased, I think. Very good things I have. You will see.
Conrad Werner? Yeah!
Commander, I've been waiting for you to get back. I've got an idea, and I wanted to run it by you.
I've got a lot going on right now, but I can spare a moment.
Great! This'll just take a minute. With so many human colonies being attacked, I'm not sure that one Spectre is enough. What if you signed me on as another Spectre?
Conrad, I don't think that's a good idea.
But I'd make a great Spectre. I'd be right there with you, showing the Council what humanity is capable of. I want to be with you, fighting the good fight like you did on Elysium during the Skillian Blitz.
I believe you, Conrad. But there's another fight that needs you.
What? I don't understand.
You know what keeps me going out here? Knowing that people back home are keeping humanity strong.
You're right. I just got so caught up in all of it. I wanted to help. I'll go home. Thanks for setting me straight.
Oh, he's upset. Level up. 3 points. One point. I'm being ripped off now.
Welcome back, Earth Clan. Will you be needing supplies for your return to the colonies?
Show me what you've got.
I can't ask about Noveria anymore.
I am sure you will find something pleasing.
Yes. It's a bit expensive though. Would be very good for Williams. But a bit expensive. Sorry, Williams.
Hey, are you refunding his stuff?
Here you go. Your account will be credited.
You did! You took his return! Look, I'm telling you, I bought this here. Why won't you return it?
I can't take it back unless you...
I know. Unless I have a proof of purchase.
How could anyone live here? There are just so many people. Everyone here seems so busy, so rushed. I wonder if they are happy.
Are you happy, Liara? Yes, nightclub. Ooh. Makes no sense. Why is the door all the way over here? Only for me to then go back all the way over here. Why? They could have put an entire office like in this unused stupid space.
Hey, good to see enough human in here.
Oh hell yes. Yara is not having fun. I have not got bad moves, Liara.
What?
Oops. Oh! Oh! Ashley, come here, Ashley.
If we weren't on duty, I'd have to show you some of my dance
You're
moves.
not on duty, Ashley. Fine, I'll dance with Liara. Ooh. Oh, she's inching closer. She's doing that body stroke thing. Ooh. Oh, hell yes. Excellent. One more. Hold on. It's like her head is like loose on her body when the dance begins. She's like alright, let's go. Rita.
Hey, Jenna came back looking for work. Thanks for getting her out of Cora's den.
I was glad to help out.
Yeah, everyone seems real happy to have her back.
I sense that you are less than pleased with her return.
I'm glad she's out of the den. I'd just forgotten what it was like to have her around. I haven't had a decent tip since she got back.
Rip.
How could anyone live here? There are just so many people.
I'm waiting for someone else.
Hi, Jenna.
Hey there, welcome to Flex.
No, you're not very welcoming.
Everyone here seems so busy, so rushed. I wonder if they are happy. I am not used to this kind of environment. Too much time working by myself, I suppose.
Cool, well, that was fun. Could be an entire office up there too. This is the short hallway. Alright. Let's visit Dr. Michael.
Yes, Commander. Is there something I can do for you?
Let me take a look at what you have for sale.
Of course.
Yeah, there's not really a lot of like incentive to like re-explore and visit places because everything's gone. Like Conrad Werner appears, but that's it.
You're a doctor. How did you end up here on the Citadel?
My parents.
And then these people get no new lines,
My
so
father
there's
was a
no need to ever talk to them anymore.
I chose to keep the medical tradition alive, but not the military. Fixing up wounded soldiers isn't my idea of fun.
I'm bored now. I don't really care, Michelle.
Nice talking to you.
How could anyone live here?
Alright, let's go back to the ship and see if we can squish some side objectives. Yeah, I just shot her a couple of times. I danced with her though. You missed the you missed us dancing.
A research station on Noveria has reportedly been destroyed. The exact cause is currently unknown. Given the research conducted on Noveria, many are blaming the destruction on an experiment gone awry. Administrator Anoleus currently faces criminal charges as a result of the disaster, although the nature of the charges remains unclear.
Not a fan of dancing, dub game. That's a shame. Wait. Okay, the map tells me which elevator is which. Cool. Oh, and even the button does. Okay. OC will tell me what.
Celebrations are being planned for the anniversary of the end of the Rachni Wars. Many Council worlds, particularly Asari and Solarian colonies, will hold victory parades to commemorate the defeat of the invading Rachni. In a rare
Why would OC tell me that?
Asari colonies have invited Krogans to be honored for the victories the uplifted Krogans made possible.
Oh, with the like lady that put way too much makeup on her face. Yeah, that bit is so painful, yeah. Oh my god, that's so dreadful.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress.
Oh yeah, I have to stream that game just for dub game, and then conveniently crash the game right after the scene, so we have to do it again. The best part is like, I think it's a different scene, and you can step out the door without kissing her. And if you try that, she's going to say like, aren't you going to give me a kiss? And then she looks at you with like this desiring expression, but it only makes her look even more horrendous. Turned you off dancing in video games. What about real life? Do you not like the bus stop in T-Boxed?
Looking for supplies?
Yes.
Let's see what you've got.
You bet, Commander.
Nothing for Ashley. Heavy armor human. Still expensive though. I'll find some in the field. Sorry, Ash. Let's just pick a random system and visit all the planets. Unless anyone has any requests. I'm not doing Sol. Actually, okay, I'm not doing M1 either. I have to do that one though. Bring down the sky. Zoom out. Ooh, local cluster. I wanna give this one a look too. Artemis Tau we've done. Vermeer. Hawking Eta. Kepler Verge. I know there's definitely something in the Kepler Verge. Forgot what though. Let's go to we've done the Artemis Tau, we've done the Horsehead Nebula. Let's go to the Kepler Verge. I wanna give what's that robot android game called? I wanna give that a try. Let's go to Herschel first, yes. That one, yeah, I wanna give that a shot. Although the one with the investigator that OC was doing the other day looked interesting too. Yeah. What is that? Any other? Yes, unknown. I'm not doing my Udina impression, sorry. A metal-rich asteroid. Hell yeah, I found platinum. Yeah, like with a killer who drowns boys. That's Quantic Dreams too, right? Klobakai is a moderately sized terrestrial world with a hazy color, blah blah. Its surface is mainly composed of stuff. Cool. Cool planet. Rocky asteroids. I thought it was metallic earlier. Klugon. Klugon is something is given a fairly emerald tint by something. It has nearly 100 moons. That's a lot. How many does Jupiter have? Metal. Several attempts to chart Matal have been made, but none have been successful. By normal standards, the small rock planet Matal has a dense atmosphere composed of stuff, with a surprising amount of stuff. Fogs and rain are common on the barren, lifeless surface. Matal is pleasant enough to be considered a terraforming prospect, though its low mass and the high radiation of the energetic blue star Herschel place it fairly far down the list. Cool. He has 2 souls. I don't think I know that one. Tongol. Tongol is a massive terrestrial world, nearly twice the size of Earth, with a dense atmosphere of stuff. Its scorching hot surface is mainly composed of stuff, with extensive deposits of stuff. It is a mineralogical treasure trove, and many corporations are lobbying for mining rights. Cool. This one. What are we doing here? The Fedele is a Kowloon-class modular conveyor of human design. In addition to the standard cargo bay, the hull has several biological research modules attached. Oh, this is Garrus's thing. Okay. Bored. Yeah, okay, fine, I'll take Garrus. No animation? It's just dumps us on here? Okay. Garrus. Shotgun. Pistol. Sniper. Oh yeah, you're really good with a sniper, I believe. Yes. Oh my god. Alright, and then level him up. Garrus. What is this? Snipers. 13 points. Let's just fill this out. There, boom. There. Cool. That's still too close. I should have used a proper skybox. No dialogue? Alright, this is a cheap mission, I guess. Ellen Page. I heard about her. Only by name, though.
Engaging target.
Ooh. Test subject.
Charging up.
Maybe lifts. Ooh. Unity. Cool.
I think we're good, Shepard.
I think so too. Loot? No loot. Ominous music though, eerie. Alright.
Thank you. Thank you for saving me from those things.
Commander, that's him. That's Dr. Saleon.
What? My name is Hart. Dr. Hart. Please, get me out of here.
Are you sure it's him?
Positive. There's no escape this time, Doctor. I'd harvest your organs first, but we don't have the time.
You're crazy. He's crazy! Please, don't let him do this to me.
We'll take him in. Drop him off with the military.
But we have him. We can't let him get away. Not again.
If he dies, we'll never know what he's been up to, or how he did it. We'll take him in, interrogate him, and he'll serve his time.
Okay. You're right. You're a very lucky Solarian. You owe the Commander your life.
Oh, thank you so very much.
And so he dies anyway. What was the point?
You can't predict how people will act, Garrus. But you can control how you'll respond. In the end, that's what really matters.
Yeah. I don't think I ever met anyone like you, Commander. Well, I guess we're done here.
So yes, another color code stained with the blood of many species. Pale blue, violet, orange. More than a few dark red. But work has ended here. Time to head back. Malfunctioning objects. Take all. Hardware kits. That sounds useful. Anything else? Oh yes. Awesome. Is this open now? No, still not. Alright. Cool mission. An empty, barren ship. Leave. Alright guys, do you have anything to say after that? Probably not.
Commander, good to see you.
Is that it?
Commander, how are you?
Looking for supplies?
Yes.
Let's see what you've got.
You bet, Commander.
Still no money. Quarian stuff? Turian stuff? Bit expensive, sorry Garrus. Let's go to the next system. Do 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 do. Zoom out. Cool. Let's go to Newton. Yes.
Message coming in.
Ugh.
Patching it through.
I've received some troubling information, Commander. We need your help. Someone is killing former Alliance scientists. There have been 4 deaths in the past month.
I'm happy to look into it, Admiral. What can you tell me?
All 4 scientists worked on a classified project on the Kuz. There was a brutal massacre there years ago. An entire unit was killed by thresher maws. It was classified as a natural hazard, but the project dates coincide with the attacks.
You think these scientists had something to do with the attack?
I'm not certain what I think, but it's worth investigating. There was one other scientist on the project, Dr. Wayne. I'm transmitting his last known coordinates. Good luck. 5th fleet out.
Sesmos? Sesmos is an ice dwarf world. Its surface composed almost entirely of frozen water. Normally a planetoid this small would not rate inclusion on the system's chart, but Sesmos' unusually and beautiful ring of ice crystals has made it a popular subject for visual artists. Cool. Oh, that does look cool. The ring is the result of a glancing equatorial impact, which left a large trench and threw a great deal of melted water into the atmosphere. The rings are a temporary feature that will completely decay in a few thousand years. And still a few cycles. Junkro. Junkro is a hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of chlorine and sodium in its upper atmosphere. Like Uranus is a solar system, it is tipped on its side. Cool. Hydrogen. Clankery. Clankery is a rock and ice planet with an atmosphere composed of stuff. The frozen surface is mainly composed of stuff. Clankery is famously claimed by the eccentric Volus billionaire something. He claims that a vision of a higher being told him to seek on Clankery to the lost crypts of beings of light. These entities were supposedly created at the dawn of time to protect organic life from synthetic machine devils. Okay. Shul has been excavating on Clankery's toxic servers for 2 decades at great expense. No government has valued the world enough to evict his small army of mercenaries. Cool. Survey. Scans of the planet Clankery revealed the cockpit of a Volus trading vessel. There are no signs of the rest of the ship, but the salvage team discovered one of Matriarch Delanaga's writings on the ship. Of course it's fucking Delanaga. What is she up to? Ontarum. Ooh. Though Ontrum service is uncomfortably hot, its stuffy atmosphere and abundant shallow seas make it an ideal candidate for habitation by most known species. Unfortunately, the orbit of aluminum Phonal has been slowly decaying since the system coalesced. Its proximity is beginning to have tidal effects, and its dynamo-like revolution through Ontrum's magnetic field is generating increasing powerful electrical storms. While some have suggested emplacement of Mass Effect drives in an attempt to lighten the moon and correct its orbit, the scale of such a project, tens of thousands of drives, costing enough to bankrupt the governments of all the Citadel races, make it a pipe dream. A multiracial effort is on the way to catalog and preserve the unique genetic diversity of Ontrum's vibrant young biosphere. Exogeny Corporation and Heiwan Genomics represent the Alliance's share of the effort. Cool. Looks like a lovely place. Let's land. Let's take Garrus. Accept. Alright, can someone look up how many mineral deposits there are on Ontarum? And where? Because I can't be fucked like scouting for it. Looks cool though. These are friendly, I think. And cute. Cool. Sorry for killing one of you though. I just saw something that moved and I was like, boom. Oh, they are cool. They did kill these humans though, so... or they're Turians. So I wonder if they really are. Cute. Whoa. It's unclear what happened to this Turian. I think the animals killed him. He had an ancient paper book with the Bostra outpost insignia printed on the... Actually, they're probably just here for their corpses. Cool. 1 gold, 1 palladium. Alright. Cool, that was cool. Can I run them over? Aww. What to next? Both towards the southern end of the map. That's where we're going. Cool. Sick landing. Garrus. You should use your sniper rifle, Garrus. Actually, both of you should.
Take him out.
You guys are being a bit pointless. Dost thy weapon not overheat?
On my way.
Right behind you, Shepard.
Malfunctioning object, it's not the only one. Very sneaky, kids. I think I'm on my own. Guys. Actually, you know what? Yeah, do kill her. Oh, they killed at someone. Okay, that's but that did nothing. Oh, they instantly died. A bit pointless, maybe. Yeah, it's recharging. Ooh. Yo, bro. Oh, these guys, you guys, such jokers. Oh. Hope you guys can fall asleep to this stream. I feel like I should do some inventory management at some point. Hold on, I wanna try one thing. Okay. There you go. Nothing here. No.
Stay back! I've got no beef with you. All I want is this bastard. Please! He's a madman! Mr. Toombs, you're insane! You need help! It's Corporal! Corporal Toombs! You don't get to lie! Not today! Today it all comes out!
What all comes out? I'm listening, but I need you to put that gun down.
You don't understand! I don't want to kill anyone! I want to go to sleep without screaming in my dreams! I want the people who sent me to a goose brought to justice. Don't you see that Toombs is crazy? Shoot him!
Who's the crazy one here?
But if I can't get that, I'll have to settle for killing the men who took my life away.
What did the doctor do to you for?
We were on a cruise. When the pressure moss hit, my entire unit was wiped out. The pressure moss. The scientists were studying them. They let them hit our unit just to watch. I woke up in a holding cell. The scientists were delighted I'm survived.
They're not following the conversation.
What kind of test are we talking about?
You can't believe Toombs. He doesn't have any proof. I demand a fair trial. Ever had pressure maw acid in your veins? I have. They wanted to see what you do. They're part of some organization, Cerberus, that runs secret tests like this. They treated me like a lab. This is justice. This man deserves to die. So, are you going to kill me or not?
You're better than this, Toombs. You're not like them.
Don't tell me who I am. You got away with a few scratches and a scary reputation. The rest of the unit died, and I was tortured for years, Shepard. You can't judge me. You don't have the right.
Toombs, if I could have helped you on a cruise, I would have. All I can do is help now. Let me.
Yeah.
No murder. They couldn't make me one. Just as long as it goes to trial. Maybe the screaming will stop now.
Those bastards did. Joker, tell the Fifth Fleet we need a ship for pickup.
Oh, silence. Toombs stares morosely at the floor, lost in his memory. You give the scientist a shove towards the door. Your mission is complete. The Alliance courts will take it from here. Guys. A bunch of losers. Cool. Alright, I need that last platinum deposit too, I think. Or was it gold? Hello. Anything else? So here maybe? Why they're shooting? Beats me. Ooh. Something tells me that there's a height limit and they reached it here, so they just decided to make it flat from here. Cool. Ooh, more of these guys. Ooh. What are these? There. Six legs, or 4 legs and 2 arms. Cool. Cool, that's it apparently. So let's go back to the Normandy and hope they stop shooting. Well, let's go to the next side mission. Yeah, peace and quiet. Just like how Tally wants
Message
it.
coming in.
Oh my god.
Patching it through.
I reviewed your report on the situation, Commander. I'm glad to see you were able to take Dr. Wayne in alive. Now we can put him on trial and get some answers. Corporal Toombs seems to have found some closure, and hopefully with therapy, he'll have a normal life again someday. Thank you again for your assistance, Commander. Fifth Fleet out.
Alright, I'll check on them. Sounds quiet. No. Let's see what happens on the next mission. I have no idea. I got out my truck, they started shooting at enemies that were on the other side of the map, and then they wouldn't stop. Alright, so we've done the Kepler Verge. Artemis Tau we've done the Horsehead Nebula, and we've done the Kepler Verge. Let's do Hades Gamma. I have some missions there. Ooh, that's a lot of stars. Let's go to this. Yes. Off. Metal-rich asteroid of lithium. Is that a metal? Cool. Jartar. That's a wall of text. Jartar is a terrestrial world. It's hot. It's composed of stuff. Jartar is noted for the discovery of the Leviathan of Dis, the corpse of a genetically engineered living starship. It was found in the bottom of a crater by a Batarian survey team and estimated to be nearly a billion years old. It disappeared after a visit to the system by a Batarian dreadnought. Ooh. Since then, the Batarians have steadfastly denied that the Leviathan existed at all, and all the more vociferously when shown recordings of the corpse made by Solarian researchers. Ooh, what could that possibly be? Nearum. Nearum is a terrestrial world with a thin atmosphere of methane and argon. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of stuff. Its most prominent feature is the Ellis Rift Valley, a long volcanic divergence zone that stretches across half of the northern hemisphere. Cool. While scanning this planet, you detected a large deposit of titanium on a moon. Cool. No survey here? No. This one? Cleansel. Also a wall of text. Has a thin atmosphere of stuff. Its first surveys were performed by Batarians and it suggested a lot of stuff. Human mining concerns spent billions of money getting there, and boring. Cool. But Cleansel had only an average level of mineral wealth. Valuable but hardly worth the Russian expense. Merida Industria, a small Mexican company hoping to strike it rich in their first extrasolar mining venture, had to file for bankruptcy. Investigation revealed the Batarian crew had deliberately falsified their surveys. Nice. Hoping it would encourage human rivals to invest in a costly boondoggle. While unethical, this was not technically illegal, and the Batarian government disavowed the personal actions of a few misguided patriots. The planet is still littered with abandoned mining bases, which are often used as temporary meeting places for criminals. Cool. We'll land in a bit. Let's check the other two planets first. Grimmar. Grimmar is an icy terrestrial with a thin atmosphere of stuff. Its surface is mainly composed of stuff. When exposed to sunlight, Grimmar's ammonia can melt, forming equatorial seas of the toxic chemicals. Ooh, shiny. This has allowed a profusion of simple fungus and lichens to evolve. A byproduct of the metabolism causes them to glow. Ooh, yeah, it does look cool. While the light of an individual is insignificant, large patches seem to reinforce the light of one another and are visible from space. Hell yes, I like it. Last planet. Raisha is a standard stuff gas giant with traces of stuff. During the brief gold rush to Cleansel, a few companies have established enough infrastructure for stuff skimming and stuff mining on Raisha's icy moons. When Cleansel proved to be less wealthy than expected, the facilities were stripped. Cool. Scans of the planet Racer revealed an old unmanned shuttle. Your salvage team found Turian goods on board, all marked with the Trident colonial insignia. Cool, let's land on that planet. This one, I believe. Yes. Someone look up for me how many mineral deposits there are on this. Alright, I have calmed down. To where? This looks not bad. Huh. I already found one, I guess. Platinum to the east. Well, it's aged fine, it's really good still.
That's it, bag of attack.
They look the same. Hey, see us, there's Alexei. Thanks for stopping by. You can't really comment on that anymore, Hobreath with Andromeda. What's going on here? Yummy. Mud water. You're using your sniper. Alright guys, move out. Garrus? Ooh, that sounded painful. Is she dead? No. Alan was right. These guys had quite the operation going, but that's all going to change. One down, just one more to go.
All targets down.
Hell yeah. Loot? Loot. Actually, that's an explosive, isn't it? It's weird how the notification pops up like the instant you win the fight. I kinda like it though. Cool. I don't see anything wrong with how it looks. I mean, of course it's a game from 2000 and something, but it looks perfectly fine.
Charged and locked. I'm on it. Ready.
Just lead the way.
I mean, yeah, SA looks a whole lot worse than this. Do this one first. It is colorful, yeah. I like that. The gritty, dark tone, it's hardly ever pays off. Some games are a work of it, but so often it's just like there.
Heading out.
I'm here if you need me.
Thanks, Garrus.
Securing point.
Cool, normally. A League of One medallion. Cool. So east, huh? Oh yeah. It's like, oh, let's just add more and make it look better. And I guess it does look better, but like to play, it's terrible because you can't see shit behind all the explosions. Why do they always get out on the wrong side? Beryllium. Alright, that should be it. Right. Because I've gone to the Syndicate hideout. Return to Normandy. Thanks. Alright. Let's go to Farinata. Yeah, 3. What's going on here? Nothing. Several smaller bodies orbiting it. That's a big boy. Magnesium. Dunshagon is a something planet with stuff. It has an unusually small number of moons. Only 7. This is no doubt due to the star Farina capturing the majority. Cool. What's this then? The MS Victor Ontario. I think I heard of that. Let's check the planets first. Juntauma. Juntauma is a small broiling terrestrial world. Its thin atmosphere of stuff is being suddenly blown off by the powerful solar wind. The surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of stuff. Its density is low enough to leave the world tidally locked to Farinata. The Alliance Defense Data Network notes that several ships have been spotted cruising near this with transporters turned off. While an Alliance patrol attempted to pursue one, the unidentified vessel rabbited to FTL. Its trail was lost when it's obscured its light strays in the confusion of signals along the Anna's channel, blah blah blah. Lots of technical mumbo jumbo. Hello, Holbref. Oh, see ya, Holbref. Survey. Scans of Juntauma revealed a derelict freighter in mid-stage orbital decay. Your salvage team boarded. It had been attacked by raiders. There was little value still on board, but the team did find a Prothean data disk. Cool. Last planet, Neptune. With a rare combination of features, Neptune is of particular interest to science. Neptune is a small planet with stuff. As with all the worlds, it's hot. Cool. Survey. Thorium on a nearby moon. Cool. Let's go to the MSV Ontario. The Ontario now is a color class. Have I not been here? Configured for mixed freight and passenger hauling. It is making a heartburn for the cover of an asteroid cluster. Okay. Is this the thing that I had to check out for someone? Let's take Garrus again. Accept. Accept. Loot. I need to take care of that before I get inventory full. That's a lot of stuff. Let's do an inventory management. None of this is better than what I have. Oh, he has better. Yes. That's a lot of stuff. Could probably sell that for quite some stuff too. I'll have to do that. Pistol. Alright. No shotguns. Ooh, yes. And then I have to take care of upgrades too. Sniper. Oh, don't want a new sniper. Still no armor? Ooh, light armor Turian, but it's bad. So let's just Omnigale that. Ashley. Ooh, new armor. Ugh, it's that ugly thing. Anything for myself? Nope. Nice. Good thing I didn't buy that one thing. Anything else? Krogan. Maybe I should save the Krogan stuff. But I'll Omnigale the rest. Omnigale. 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 There, that's enough. Weapon upgrades. So, shotgun. I want those hammerheads. Let's just equip that. Equip that. Any other upgrades? Sure. Pistol. Rail extension. More damage. Yes, that's cool. Sniper, don't need it. I have stuff here. Ooh. Yes. I think it looks good. Not that I ever use that, but in case I ever find myself in need of a sniper. Kinetic stabilizer, I guess. Alright, Ashley, you need weapon upgrades? There. You need weapon upgrades. You need weapon upgrades. Now we're still level 1. Weapon upgrades. I have no idea what I'm putting on, but it doesn't matter. First aid interface. I think she can do with something else. Damage protection, shields, cooldown reduction. Just give her kinetic buffer. I want. What is this? Ooh, want. First aid interface, medical interface, medical interface, because it's useful. Garrus. Yeah, you have ablative coating. There. Sniper. That's enough for now. Actually, let me just put stuff on here just for the sake of putting it on there. Yeah, and this one too. And there. Nice emotes.
Intruders! Kill the hostage!
They're gonna kill us!
I will destroy you! I will destroy you! You must die!
Hey! I guess the combat on this front has... did I quick save after doing all that jazz? No, I did not. Actually, I might have. I think I did. Okay. Now I have.
Intruders! Kill the hostage! We need to hurry.
He's dead.
You must die! I will destroy you!
I will destroy you!
I will destroy you!
Help us, Garrus. Help us.
I will destroy you!
I will destroy you!
That sounded painful. That's Garrus.
I'm blocked.
I will destroy you!
That's a big timer. That's a big, colorful timer.
See how it is? You write letters and everyone ignores you. Force is the only thing people appreciate. So how about if I kill Chairman Burns and finish this charade?
Please, I was trying to help you people.
Let's not do anything we're all going to regret.
Why not? What have we got to lose? Since the chairman here decided that we didn't get reparations, we've got nothing left to live for.
But I've changed my mind. Seeing you all, it's clear that you all deserve...
You had your chance. Some L2s are nearly crippled from side effects of the implants, but you voted against reparations.
Think about this. Burns is the one man who can help you.
Yes, if you release me, I can take another look at the reparations request.
What, we're supposed to trust you? Sure, you promise us freedom and say everything will be fine, but as soon as we surrender, you'll double-cross us.
I'm not promising to let you go. All I'm saying is that Burns will take another look. Right, Burns?
Absolutely. I had no idea that the L2 biotics were this desperate. If I'd known, the reparations will come. For whatever it's worth. I promise that.
Oh.
You're right. I don't want to die. Maybe something will happen this time.
Can I shoot him?
We surrender.
Thank you, Commander. I thought I was dead when they took me. I'll see to it that the reparations discussion is reopened. I didn't know they were so desperate.
The 5th Fleet cruiser will be by shortly to pick you and the prisoners up.
Prisoners?
Thank you, Commander. I thought I was dead when they took me. Thank you, Commander. I thought I was dead when they took me.
Boom. What time is it? It's been midnight, so I'll have to end it soon. I'll stop after exploring all these systems. Take a look at my journal. Have to sell some shit to the quartermaster. Can't really be bothered, like, searching every corner of this. Where's the exit? talk to the quartermaster before I proceed.
Looking for supplies?
Well, you are.
Let's see what you've got.
You bet, Commander.
Ooh. Oh, look at the money.
Shepard.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
Hello, Ashley.
Surprised to see you here, sir. Thought you'd be chatting up. What's her name?
What?
Sony?
Liara. Why would you think that?
Scuttlebutt says you got a bit of a thing for her. I could understand why. The crew's off limits with the regs against fraternization. And at least she looks like a woman.
You think I'm interested in Liara because she's the only one I'm allowed to date?
So you are interested in her. Of course, it could be politics. Alien diplomat's daughter, us under orders to make nice with the bug-eyed monsters. Anyway, interested in a quick drink? It's a special occasion.
Oh.
What's the occasion?
It's Armistice Day, when the first contact war ended. My family always marks it. Since I'm the only Williams aboard, I thought I'd ask you.
Let's do it.
Seems like an odd thing to celebrate. That was 26 years ago.
In our family, it's not really a celebration, more like an obligation. Don't tell me you don't know about my family. My commanders always find out. It's not in my files or something?
There's almost nothing in your files. Technical scores and a list of crap assignments.
There's a reason for the crap assignments. I'm General Williams' granddaughter, the commander of the Shanxi garrison in the war. The only human ever to surrender to an alien race.
Oh.
I see. That's why you drive yourself so hard.
A Williams has to be better than the best, if only to avoid suspicion. That's what my dad told me the night before he retired. It takes a special kind of big-headed to march into a job where your family's blacklisted. I did it anyway. I'm not gonna let our name go down with Arnold and Quisling. Granddad deserved better than that.
As I recall, your grandfather held out for a long time.
The Turians wrecked the orbitals in the first wave and occupied the major cities. They sat in orbit, dropping rocks on anything that moved. Granddad dispersed the troops, but when they went into the cities for supplies, the Turians would wreck a block to eliminate one fire team. Civilians were dying, his troops were starving, and he couldn't contact Alliance High Command. So he surrendered the garrison.
And people blame him for that because people are like, humans good, Turians bad.
What happened to your grandfather after the war?
He was relieved of command as soon as Shanxi was liberated. They brought him back to Earth in irons, but there was never a trial. They quietly demoted him and stuck him behind a desk. He retired a year later and spent the rest of his life working construction in the colonies. Sometimes we hear about attempts to get him exonerated in some official way. Nothing ever comes of them.
Yeah.
I should have figured this out myself. I don't know how I can help you, though.
Look at who I am, Shepard. Do you ever hear me ask for help? It's not that bad things don't happen to me. If you stay with me long enough, maybe I'll tell you about some of them. But I deal with them myself. I don't need a shoulder to cry on, a knight to rescue me, or a man to make me happy. This is who I am. I like her. And you better like her too. So, you still interested in me? Baggage and all?
Yes.
Everyone comes with baggage, Ash. The trick is finding a matched set.
That's awful. Tell me you got that out of a fortune cookie. But hey, once we save the galaxy, maybe the Alliance will get its act together. Start acting like an actual government.
The Alliance isn't perfect, but it does well enough.
Have to disagree with you there, Skipper. Giving aliens the run of our most advanced ship? Kowtowing to the Council?
Shut up, Ashley.
The Alliance should be able to stand on its own. We can't. Yet. Why not learn from the races who've been standing for the last 1,000 years?
How can you say that, given everything we've seen out here? They're already acting like Saren is our problem, already sicking us on the bear. The Council races will always think of themselves first. It's human nature.
Yes.
We can't afford to trust them, not if the survival of humanity is...
Human nature, exactly. Like, we're not any better than them.
Ash, you believe in God, an infallible, all-knowing creator with a plan for the universe. You think the diversity of views in the galaxy wasn't part of that?
I don't know what God intends, Shepard. I don't think humans have some divine mandate, if that's what you mean. I don't think we're superior.
Humans are aggressive. We think fast, we move fast. Wars have started because of our need for constant progress. The Council can balance that.
Well, that's... Huh. Guess I never thought of it that way. All big picture, I mean. It doesn't make what happened to Granddad any better, though.
What happened to your grandfather shouldn't have happened.
Well,
I agree.
At least somebody knows that. And a Star of Terror recipient, no less. Granddad must love that. I have a feeling things will come to a head soon. But don't worry, Shepard. I'll protect you.
So what about that drink, then?
What's your opinion on the last mission?
You mean the Rachni, right? Like I said, the Rachni are dangerous. They proved that 2,000 years ago. I think it was a mistake to let them go. But that wasn't my call to make. It was yours. You know, you really should talk to Chisoni about her mom. She has to...
Already done that.
Just saying, Skipper.
We'll talk later, Williams.
Looking forward to it, Skipper.
Commander, what can I do for you?
Something bothering you?
It's Saren. I'm starting to wonder whether we'll ever find him. He's always one step ahead of us, and he's got those damn gas.
We're getting close, Garrus. We'll find him.
I wish I had your confidence. I just can't stand the thought of him getting away with everything he's done. I know you're doing everything you can, and if anyone can catch him, it's you, but if there's anything else I can do to help, anything, just tell me what you want me to do, and I'll do it.
I understand your concern, but we'll find him. Just make sure you're ready to go when we do.
Yes, sir. I'll be ready. Can I ask you something, Commander?
Yes.
What is it?
No, goodbye.
Are you worried that the Council might be protecting Saren? I mean, they were really dragging their heels before. What if we find him, bring him back to the Citadel, and they refuse to act?
I get the feeling this isn't a question. Speak your mind, Garrus.
Well, maybe we shouldn't give them the chance, Commander. In my opinion, Saren's too dangerous to be kept alive. Too much could happen. He could escape, or the Council might let him go. If we find him, when we find him, I say we make sure we stop him, permanently.
Nope.
If Saren won't listen to reason, if he forces my hand, I'll kill him in a heartbeat. But only if it's absolutely necessary.
But what's the point in keeping him alive? It just gives him an opportunity to escape, or convince the Council to listen to him. And what about the Geth? They might try to free him.
We know more about Saren's plans than anyone. But what do we really know? If we just kill him, we lose the chance to find out.
Yeah, I see your point. Do you really think there's more to know, other than the fact that he's a raving lunatic?
Maybe, maybe not. But it's not a chance I'm willing to take.
Yes, sir.
Everyone has conversations. Oh my god, Rex.
Shepard.
So, you'd rather be a merc than help your people?
I'm a fighter. It's what I do.
Aren't you at all worried about what will happen to the Krogan?
What the hell do you want me to do about it, Shepard? I'm tired of sticking my ass on the line and getting nothing for it.
So you're just giving up on your people?
I gave up on fighting for a lost cause. I'm not like you, Shepard. I'm no hero. Bottom line, killing for credits simplifies things.
You ever think about helping your people?
I try not to. But there's a lot of Krogan mercs out there. I'm always running into them. Half the time I'm being paid to kill them. But that's just part of the job. You don't get to pick who your enemies are.
How long have you been a merc?
Long enough. I took my first contract right after I left my home system. It's good work if it doesn't kill you.
I get the feeling you enjoy your work.
Sure. You get to see the galaxy on someone else's credits, and most days end with a good fight. I've tried more organized fighting. Private armies and
Funny.
such.
Organized, but it gets too messy.
I fight best on my own, or in very small groups. I don't like people relying on me, and I bloody well don't like relying on them.
You must have family other than your father. Don't you miss them?
You trying to make me cry, Shepard?
Yes.
I've got some unfinished business with my family, but that's all.
Reef, right?
What kind of business?
Before I left, I made an oath to my father's father. I swore to recover my family's battle armor. It was
I see
taken
where
from
this is
him
going.
after the uprising.
What's so important about this armor?
It's a relic. Useless, really. But it was worn by 5 generations of my family before the war. It's rightfully mine. Originally, it was taken by the Turian military. We weren't allowed armor or weapons after the war. Now, it's in the hands of Ton Actus, a Turian scum who collects relics from the war. He's made millions selling Krogan artifacts that were stolen from my people. He's got several bases where he stores his goods, all fortified and guarded. I just don't know which base has my family's armor.
Just tell me where to start looking.
I'll upload the data to your nav system. But Commander, I want to be there when you find him.
So long, Rex.
Shepard. Alright, Tali is going to give me a history lesson.
Something I can do for you, Commander.
Nope.
Carry on, Adams.
Aye, aye, Commander.
It feels like we're getting near the end, doesn't it, Shepard?
Absolutely not, it does not.
It won't be much longer. One way or another, it'll all be over soon.
You'll find the conduit before he does. I know you will. You have to. And after this is all over, when my pilgrimage ends and I go back to my own people, I'll be proud to say I was a part of it.
We couldn't have done this without you, Telly.
You've been good to me. A lot of people treat Quarians like second-class citizens. They just want us to go back to our fleet and disappear. But you've treated me just like everyone else on your crew. Like an equal. That means a lot, and it says something about you. Whatever happens, I just want to say thank you for that.
You're
I'm
welcome.
gonna miss you when you go back to your own people, Telly.
That won't happen for a while yet. I'll be right here anytime you need me.
Bye.
I should go.
See you later.
Alright, I guess we'll talk to Kaden as well. Oh, and Liara. Right, Liara. She's in here. Ooh, 0. Hello, Dr. Tassoni.
I get the feeling you want to ask me something, Commander.
Maybe we could pick up where we left off. You were telling me about your interest in the Protheans.
Actually, I think I was talking about my interest in you, and making a fool of myself in the process. As I said, I am not used to dealing with people, especially humans. I did not really know much about your species when we first met, Shepard. I found it hard to take humanity seriously. Your kind always seemed so rushed and high-strung.
We don't have the luxury of time. And Asari can live for 1,000 years. We're lucky if we hit 150.
That is true. At first I thought that was a weakness of your species. After spending time with you and your crew, however, I think it may actually be an advantage. You humans are creatures of action. You pursue your goals with an almost indomitable determination. It is an admirable trait, but also an intimidating one.
Intimidating?
You're scared of us?
Unfortunately, the rest of the galaxy sees humanity as something of a bully. You run over anyone in your path to get what you want. It is up to people like you to change their minds, Shepard.
Not my problem.
I'm doing the best I can, Liara.
There is a reason the Council chose you to become a Spectre. They saw something special in you. The best of what humanity has to offer. I looked into your history. I know what you did during the Blitz. It was a remarkable display of courage and heroism.
You didn't need to go behind my back. I would have told you whatever you wanted to know.
I apologize, Commander. After our last conversation, I was afraid I would say something stupid again. I wanted to know more
No,
about
she's
you,
being even more stupid.
to understand what made you into the man you are. There is something compelling about you, Shepard.
Are you sure you're interested in me? Or is it my visions of the Protheans?
I admit, your connection to the Protheans had something to do with my initial interest, but it has grown beyond that. You intrigue me, Shepard, but I was not sure if it was appropriate to act on my feelings. I thought there might already be a relationship between you and Chief Williams.
Ash is special.
I care about Ash. A lot.
I thought so. Still, I feel as if there is also some attraction between us, Shepard.
And bang what did I would if I could. Do I lie to her to be nice? Or do I be slightly less nice and tell her that I just want to be friends? I'll lie.
You're right. There is something between us.
I knew it, and I knew you felt it too. But does this not seem rather strange? Why do I feel so close to you? We have only known each other a short time. We are from two
Puberty,
different species.
Liara. Puberty.
We have almost nothing in common. This makes no sense.
These things never make sense. They just happen, and we get swept up in the storm.
You make it sound so chaotic, so dangerous.
I'll protect you. Aww.
I'll keep you safe.
I am not looking for a protector. This is all a bit overwhelming. I am not used to this. You. I need some time.
Sure.
Take all the time you need, Liara. I'll be here.
Thank you, Shepard. Let's just talk about something else for now.
No.
I should go.
Goodbye, Shepard.
She is going to relive this conversation for the next couple of nights. Imagine being such a dull character that a person would rather walk into an empty hallway with nothing in it than talk to you. Anything in my room? Yeah.
Anything you need, Commander?
Looking for personal input.
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
I didn't figure you'd have time to talk with all that's going on. I mean, there are reports to file on the Rachni and on Annaleus.
I can wait.
The paperwork will keep. Something on your mind?
I'm just looking for an ear. The debriefing wasn't the right place to say how ridiculous this is. Seems like every other race in the galaxy is wrapped up in their own problems. They don't want to see what's coming.
Nah, actually...
Wanting to believe everything will be fine? Sounds like human nature to me.
Actually, Cardin is alright
Yeah,
with...
I guess some things carry across species well enough. I should remember that after what happened with Vernus.
I'd think you'd carry a grudge over the crap you took from Vernus.
Before I met Vernus, I knew as much as any other civilian. Aliens were weird, superior, and tried to tell us what to do. I mean, it's only been 26 years since first contact. That's not a lot of time to understand them. But it was Vernus who made me see how human aliens are. They're not different or special. They're jerks and saints, just like us. Hell, by the time I got payback, I didn't even want it anymore.
I don't see you snapping very easily. What finally did it?
He hurt a girl, broke her arm.
Wow.
She reached for a glass of water instead of pulling it biotically. She just wanted a drink without getting a nosebleed, you know? Like an idiot, I stood up. Didn't know what I was gonna do, just something. And Vernus lost it. Beat the crap out of me. Kept shouting how they should have bombed us back to the Stone Age. That's when the knife came up. A military-issue talon, right in my face. I cut loose. Full biotic kick right in the teeth. Almost as strong as I can manage now. At 17, that's something.
Nice.
Tapping that deep must have shocked the hell out of you.
Not as much as it shocked Vernus. It killed him. Snapped his neck. They probably could have saved him if they got him to an infirmary quick enough. But they didn't. Caused a stir when they shipped him home. Bot training was shut down.
Well, at least the training was effective.
Yeah, maybe I hated that Turian. I mean, if one ass was enough to judge a whole race, I'd hate humans too.
He wanted them to use biotics and he got what they wanted, yeah? I consider that a win for everyone.
A reasonable stance. Keep that level head and we'll do fine.
Staying reasonable is about all we've got left. Everyone else in this galaxy seems to have gone out of their minds. Present company accepted, of course.
Cool.
Anything you need, Commander?
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Killing Saren's, what was Benezi anyway? Second in command? Advisor? Anyway, it should set him back a bit. I'm sure Dr. Tassoni's hurting though. Poor kid. Having to kill her own mom.
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
We're all in for the duration. You can count on everyone to do their duty.
We'll talk another time, Lieutenant.
Commander?
Let's go. That was actually an interesting conversation. Alright, I have one more solar system to explore and then I'm off.
Message coming in.
Ugh.
Patching it through.
Thank you for dealing with the hostage situation, Commander. Chairman Burns was quite impressed by the way you resolved the situation peacefully. Your assistance above and beyond the formal duties has been noted, Commander. Fifth Fleet out.
Cool. Antaeus. A gecko. During the initial survey of the Antaeus system, only a single flyby probe was spared for the small scorched world of a gecko. It revealed a planet unusually rich in heavier elements, given its size. Standard terrestrial with krypton, xenon, magnesium, cobalt. Due to extremely rough crater terrain, starships are discouraged from landing. Yeah, they're cool actually. Atmos. Does he even make like a visual appearance in this game? Atmos is standard hydrogen helium with traces of stuff. Cool. Survey. Hydrogen. Ploba. Okay, Ploba is the second and by far the larger of Anateus' two gas giants. Active scans by half. Return tantalizing indication of massive solid structures deep within the atmosphere. Cool. Too regular in pattern to be anything natural. Some believe Ploba is a Jupiter brain, a planet-sized supercomputer. Adherents of this theory have fruitlessly beamed signals towards the sunken megastructures, hoping to get the... Others believe that an ancient spacefaring race disposed of their weapons of war by dumping them into the planet. The last attempt to reach and salvage Ploba's deep anomalous went tragically wrong, ended with a crew of 12 being trapped and crushed in the gas giant's lower atmosphere. Oof. Survey. You recovered a strange object orbiting Ploba. Chief Engineer Adams and Tali tried unsuccessfully to determine its origin. They did find fuck matter Agdilanagas. Hello there, Alituttis. Trebin is a modest terrestrial world with an atmosphere composed of nitrogen and stuff. Yes. Is relatively mild, but the scarcity of water or similar, enabling substantive prevented the development of any biosphere. This company is performing tests to thicken the atmosphere, introduce water. Cool. Survey team is on the surface monitoring the stuff. Most of the water release is still in the form of atmospheric vapor, but thick cloud banks have formed. There's every indication that this arid world will soon see its first rain. Cool. It's been hampered by frequent mechanical compute in the GPS satellites. Alright, let's go here in a bit. Someone look up Trebin, how many asteroids or how many ore deposits or something are there. Vimo. An enormous terrestrial world of mixed rock and ice with an atmosphere of methane and ethane. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of calcium with stuff. Wants take caution. Uranium. Discords. There should be something in the going live channel. If not, ping Ethan. Who knew the ping doesn't work though. That one broke. I have to look into that. Hunidor is a moderately sized ice world with stuff. It's unusually smooth. No repaving. Oh, with repaving by cryovolcanic forces that through no such is currently evident. Zoom out. Alright, let's land on Trebin. Uranium and plutonium deposits. Where? Actually, let me look at the map first. Let's take Rex. Yes. Yes, let's take Rex. Rex, Shepard. Ooh, he likes shotguns. Equip heavy armor, that's the one I needed. Shepard. Looking good, Rex. Oh, look at him, he's cute now. I'm rich, I can buy stuff soon. Useful. Good, not Rex. What do you have? 13 points. Throw. What's a warp? that sounds cool. Fitness increases health. Could be useful. Let's just upgrade that. Actually, let's just max that. Boom. 2 points. Uh, 2 points into assault rifles, I guess. Excellent. Map. North of the starting location, east of the research base. I see. North of the starting location. Let's go to the anomaly. Oops. Oops. Cool looking planet. Why is it so cloudy if it's not raining? The pod is empty except for a small tattered flag with the Nimbinus colony insignia. Cool. I've not played Red Dead Redemption. Alright. Actually, that's the research base, isn't it? Yeah, so east, northeast of the research base. Somewhere over there then. I don't have a console to play it on. Ah, I see it. Thanks, Omega.
On my way.
Level up. 2 points. And he disappeared. Maybe I should just max some of those. Just max this. Actually, well, your assault training is almost full, so I guess we're going for that. Rex.
Shepard.
Yeah. Ooh, combat armor. Let's actually do that there. Research base. Oh, I see it. What is this? Why is it not on the map? I see.
I'm on my way.
Reused assets. I have no mines. Husks? We're not doing that because why would we?
I've heard of this. Machine cultist. They unearth some kind of alien technology and it turns them into mindless fanatics.
Cool.
Whatever they found, it's long gone now.
Looking good there, Rex. That accounts for all of the Exogeny survey team. They were converted to cybernetic husks by devices similar to those used by the Geth on Eden Prime. How they came to be buried on a frontier world so far from Geth territory is a mystery.
Now it gets fun.
Rex is cuter than Ashley. Yeah, the Red Dead theme does not appeal to me either. Maybe I could pick it up on a sale or something, but yeah, it's... I don't feel like I'm missing out.
Looks like nobody's home. According to these data logs, the survey team unearthed some kind of alien technology.
When was Bully released? Like, in release order between, like, which GTA? Which GTAs? 2006, so that's around LCS, I guess? VCS? Between VCS and 4? Played it a little bit. I should play it more. I don't know what to think of it yet. I've watched streams of it, but that's about it. It was an interesting watch. I see enemies.
Heading out.
Do I see a medical interface in there? Oh yeah, that second deposit. Forgot about that. Well, too late now. Thanks for the alert. Ooh, I hit the mountain. What is that? This type beam signals into geosynchronous orbit. This disrupts the survey team's GPS satellites, causing them to crash. Disable. Fucking terrorists. So there somewhere? Cool. Return to Normandy. Is Ambassador Udina back at the Citadel? Now that everyone else had new dialogue lines? Let's go to the Citadel and visit Ambassador Udina. Actually, do I have to hand in on any of these quests there? I'll check in a bit. Let's go there anyway. Actually, let's read my journal first. Race against time. That sounds like a mission we'll do last. Argus Row. Seoul, Yangtze and Voyager cluster. Find data disks. Yeah, that's Meteoric something something. Find insignia valuable. Gases 8 out of 6. Naked in a Han system in Gemini Sigma. Strenuous in Horsehead Nebula. Okay. Haven't we been to the Horsehead Nebula? I guess we'll have to go there now. Hawking Eta. Argus Row. Let's go to Horsehead Nebula and do that one thing. Gav asked you to look for us. Search for Gareth's brother and his ship. Alright, Strenuous. Horsehead Nebula, that's this one, yeah. Strenuous. Not been here? I've read these. Yeah. So what planets? Alright, it's fine for a ship, I guess. Yeah, okay. But, cool. A Kowloon class is going to be the same as the other two ships, isn't it? So Ship-mounted mass accelerated fire. All compartments are exposed to space. Okay. Faint trail of radioactive particles. Possibly exhaust from sublight. Nuclear engine drive. Zawin. Alright. Alright. Let's land. How many mineral deposits here? Yeah, let's take tally. And then we have done we've seen every companion today. What a lovely place. There's an old model freighter, Chatty outpost insignia. Get Chatty, by the way. So where are the mineral deposits on this planet? Anyone? Hi, Taduva. Holy shit. 3 depots, one southeast of the map, then one straight north and another one northwest. So you're saying here and then, okay. Thank you. Yes, Taduva, because Presley doesn't want to do it. I see something. Oh, this one's like right next to it. Interesting.
Got it.
Why does it always get out on the wrong side? Corpse. Who was killed? Scary.
On my way.
Iridium. So one north of that, and then northwest. I've not checked this out, I think. Don't remember. Did I check it out? Yeah, it went like this, I think. Yeah. Looks barren. Lovely place to build a home. Ooh, I see something. Ooh, and they have enemies. Solar panels. I bet that does a whole lot on this planet. No one left at this camp. The generator is still functioning, but there are no signs of the former occupants. The camp's computer notes several locations of interest. Ooh. Aha. I kinda wanna check, I'm not sure. It has to be, but... Thanks to Duva. Ooh, I like the snow effects from when you blast the snow. Boom. That looks really cool. It's probably not even that difficult to make it like that either, if you have a good art director. But it looks cool. Boom. It runs at like sprite sheet frame rate. Yeah, this is the one thing. Right. Get into vehicle. Yeah, that does look cool. Ooh, that looks more complicated than I thought it would. Here. Yeah, that looks really good. Hello, Shrewd Beet Farms. What's this? Cobalt? Wasn't cobalt supposed to be blue? What do I know? Hell yeah, Blondie. Gaff amateurs. How did the GTA run go? It went really well. I'm really happy with how it went through it. Thanks for asking. I finished in less than an hour behind my PB. Like, I consider that a win. How are you doing, Blondo? Yes, English is spoken in Ireland. Damn you. Palladium. Sleepy? Yeah, it's midnight. I'll head off soon after I do whatever quest is inside this building. There's always so many Irish people in my chats. It's like, maybe I should just embrace it. I think you have to try that sentence again, Blondie. Level up? Oh, hell yeah. Ooh. Ooh, Tally needs stuff. Here, have a new assault rifle. Just Omnigirl this, can be bought there. Do you need ammo upgrades? Yes, you do. Shotgun? Here, I have a new shotgun. Actually, you like shotguns. Alright, just Omnigirl this. How did I get so rich? Do you need ammo upgrades? Yes, you do. Pistol, just take this. Omnigirl that. Do you need ammo upgrades? Yes, you do. Sniper rifle, just take this. Omnigirl the rest. Do you need ammo upgrades? Sure. What's this? What's that? Ooh, I should probably put stuff like that on those people too. Ashley? No. Anything for myself? No. Turin, Crow and Human. I'll keep a hold on that. Medical interface. Victor. Oh yes, Tally needs stuff. Shield generator. Here I have my smash damage physics threshold. Here, I put an exoskeleton on. There we go. Ashley. Myself. Do I need stuff? Omnigirl that. And that. There. And this. Omnigirl. Omnigirl. Yeah, it would be nice to do that. I'll keep a hold on to the rest for now. Uniform, I need to upgrade Tally. She has lots of points. Shotguns. There we go. And I guess I'll max out her pistols too. There. What's next for Tally? First aid maybe? Damping. Hacking. Hacking might be useful. Let's go for that. Sure. And myself. I want these last blips. Lift. There. I should lift and go for stasis as well at some point. Let me do that. Medicine. Oh, that sounds cool too. I should probably go for those as well. Let's go for stasis first and then for first aid. Will be a while anyway. F6. I have video recording software OC, but no, I don't think so. Let's see. This looks like it's just there to hurt me. Is that Jack? You okay, Ashley? Yes.
Plus shields.
Bit futile there, whatever you're doing. Good thing I can just shoot her in the leg a couple of times.
Negative contacts, Commander.
Cool. This was a game. Oh, you have 9999 Omnigo. How much do I have? 253. That should be plenty. Cool.
Charged and locked.
Looking good there, Tally. Yeah, I sold like a bunch of stuff and it gave me like 300k apparently. Pretty effective. I don't have jump. Yeah, that works.
You lead, I'll follow.
Yes, sir, ma'am.
All clear, Commander.
Captain Willem. Priorities. This is what video gaming taught me. If there's like a corpse on the floor, always check like the room for loot and stuff first. Because investigating corpses means either you get teleported off world or a big fight is going to start. You have discovered the corpse. His stiff fingers are wrapped tightly around the small data pads. Alright, let's go hand that in, actually.
I'm on it.
RIP. Actually, is it how many K? Where's my money? Oh yeah, 500K. Probably not. Okay, let's go to the Citadel, hand in this thing, and then I'll end it after I talk to the guy. Alright. Phrasing sentences is hard work. Land. Who shall I take with me? More Tally, I guess. Yeah, let's take Tally.
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere. Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
Quarians aren't too popular with Citadel security. They think we're all beggars and thieves.
Yes, to the Ashley is actually really good. I think Ashley and
development in the Eden Prime investigation, the Council has reportedly revoked the Spectre status of one of its operatives. While the unnamed operative has not yet been apprehended, a Council spokesman confirmed that corrective actions had been taken.
It's like I think Ashley and Liara are a really good team. Because Liara just uses her biotics to immobilize everyone, and then Ashley just pumps them full of lead. It's great. Ashley is also like the most complementary to like my skill sets, because she's just all weapons, all brute force, and I am biotics and tech. That works quite well.
Later today, Emily Wong goes inside the fast-paced world of space traffic controllers with an exclusive interview.
Yeah, I wanna bang her, so I'll always take her, just to get to know her. I think I'll do that with every playthrough from now on Mass Effect. Stick with one character and then swap the other one out. Ashley's gonna go though next time, not Kaden. Let's see if he's here. Strange greeting. Greetings, human. Okay, it's not. OC was right.
So much empty space. 1,000 of my people could live here and hardly even see each other.
Yeah, a lot of wasted space on this actually. Hello, Tommy Eternal. It's like, you know, the park area is fine, you know, being open and empty. But like when you get inside, it's just so awfully constructed. The river does become narrower there. What about the other side? Can't see it right now. So maybe the lake does not go all the way around. There's even a land bridge there. So yeah, I guess it is a lake. I don't think I can get a good view because of this beam. Yeah. It looks like it's the same on that side, but in mirror. Oh, come on. Yeah, it's the same in mirrored. This way.
Please do not disturb the keepers.
Yeah, this place could really do with more windows. Also, like, what is that? Right? There's just nothing there. I bet there's nothing behind there either. Maybe like keeper tunnels and stuff, but like, do people not go exploring on this damn facility? Same for that relay thing. Like, it's making a buzzing noise. Have we looked at it?
Attack on Eden Prime, many colonial investors are pulling their support for future projects. Proponents of expanded human colonization insist
Have we considered tossing the thing in like an X-ray machine? I mean, that's probably not, but there has to be some method of like scanning shit like that for like stuff. It's like, even here there's like no windows. Like just this tiny strip in the middle.
Any news? Did you find my brother yet?
I found your brother's body. His ship was attacked by privateers.
Willem's dead? I guess I should have expected this. When his ship dropped out of contact, I just knew. But I kept hoping he might still be alive.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you for finding him. It's better to know one way or the other. That's what they say, right?
Yes.
Please excuse me. I need to go make arrangements for his funeral.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking at OC.
We've tried to create organic environments back on the flotilla, but we lack the space for anything as grand
The
as this.
Stally? Oh no, she was not. Okay. Let me look at the journal real quick. August Row. I guess we'll go there next. Hawking Eta. Alright. August Row. Race against time is like, what do that last? Alright. I'm curious about Pharaohs. I don't remember much of it. Looks like I finished the fan mission on the Citadel, yeah. What calm could I be in talking with him? Yeah, alright. Yeah, bunch of more side missions next time, and maybe we'll go to Ferrum, but I'm not sure.
I bet all these staircases aren't just for show. They make for good defensive positions if this place is ever attacked. What are those, cherry trees?
We've tried to create organic environments back on the flotilla, but we lack the space for anything as grand as this.
Firing guns in the council chambers. Let's make a save and end the stream. Yes, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye.